to do with the Constitution. It has nothing to do with anything but raw politics. You know, there's only one person on the other side of the aisle that got 7 Pinocchios for not telling the truth. No one on this side of the aisle got that during this impeachment process, Madam Speaker. And the American people need to understand 2 key facts. No one on this side of the aisle got that during this impeachment process, Madam Speaker. They said the American people need to understand is to have compelling evidence and bipartisan support. Well, they don't have either of those 2 things. They failed the rules that they made up themselves. We've got President Zelensky of Ukraine saying there was no pressure. We've got the number 2 guy in Ukraine saying there was no pressure. We've got the number 3 guy in Ukraine, no pressure. These are the supposed victims of this alleged crime. And yet here we are, supposedly having this compelling evidence and facts when the best witness they have, the very best witness they had to change his testimony twice. They mentioned him 611 times. And ultimately, he said, I presume that that's what the president meant. You know, I can tell you that there are not facts here to support it. But what is more important than that, Madam Speaker, is this. Because here we are today, we have bipartisan opposition to impeachment, not bipartisan support. You know, my colleagues opposite want the American people to think that this is a sad and somber day. Well, this is a sad day. It's a sad day for this institution because we've lowered the bar to impeach a president that continues to give us an economy that not only is growing, but growing at levels that we have never seen in the history of our country. When we look at unemployment at a level that is truly remarkable, they want to impeach. But it's another sad day because now what they're doing is they're telling the American people that 233 Democrats deserve to decide who the president of the United States should be and disenfranchise 63 million voters. When all is said and done, when the history of this impeachment is written, it will be said that my Washington Democrat friends couldn't bring themselves to work with Donald Trump, so they consoled themselves instead by silencing the will of those who did, the American people. And I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, proud to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Robert Mueller lays out facts from 2017 that constitute obstruction of justice, but says the president cannot be indicted. Only Congress can apply the law to those facts. Many of us have been talking about impeachment since those facts emerged in 2017. Of course, today we focus on more recent crimes. So why did we talk of impeachment back when a Republican-led Congress would not act? Why do we impeach today when a Republican-led Senate is unlikely to act? First, because it is our constitutional duty, no matter what the political consequences. Second, because it is the most effective tool to chasten and restrain a president who does not naturally feel constrained by the rule of law. I would note that the president's attempt to extort Ukraine was secretive and furtive, far different from his modus operandi of blazing threats that we saw in 2017. We can only imagine what high crimes and misdemeanors this president would have boldly committed had no one been talking about impeachment then, had he felt immune from impeachment. Today we will demonstrate that the president is not above the law.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It'd been nice if they'd actually thought those crimes were bad enough to put in the articles. They didn't. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, do you know who doesn't think the Democrats have presented enough testimony or evidence to impeach President Trump today? It's the Democrats. Sure, here in the House, Democrats running this inquiry have declared they've done everything needed. They have all the testimony and evidence necessary to impeach right now. But right now, down the hall, Democrats in the Senate are saying the exact opposite. They're complaining. They need more evidence and more testimony because Senate Democrats know that House Democrats have built them a house of cards impeachment. An impeachment built by the same Democrats who told America, trust us, President Trump committed treason. He's a Russian agent, and we've got evidence, which of course proved to be totally false. And to quote the favorite catchphrase of one member of this House, they got caught. Along the way, those same Democrats said, trust us. The FISA law and court weren't abused by the Obama administration using Democratic opposition research dossier against the Trump campaign and President Trump. Again, totally false. And again, they got caught. And when Democrats started this latest impeachment inquiry, they said, trust us. We have not yet spoken to the whistleblower. Again, totally false. And they got caught. Sadly, my Democratic colleagues have placed their own credibility in the hands of members of this body that have no credibility left, members that nobody trusts because they keep getting caught betraying America. But unless a bolt of courage and integrity strikes that side of the room in the next hour, history will reflect that Donald Trump is the third president to be impeached. History may also shortly reflect that he'll be the first president to be reelected after being wrongfully impeached. And if that happens, Democrats won't be able to hide behind a pretend veneer of caring about the Constitution. History will record the Democrats' legacy as a betrayal of the Constitution, because the founders meant for impeachment to be used for actions so extraordinary, so rare that it's happened 3 times in 2.5 centuries. It wasn't meant for congratulatory phone calls where there's no crime alleged, where there's no victim, and where the Democrats themselves couldn't even decide what to accuse the president of doing wrong before ending up with this embarrassment of a grab bag of abuse of power article. An obstruction of Congress, to even allege it, is an admission of constitutional illiteracy. The founders had a term for what the Democrats call obstruction of Congress. The founders called it the separation of powers. And the funny thing about obstruction, every time Democrats get caught trying to frame this president for some crime he didn't commit, they follow up by accusing him of obstructing their efforts to frame him for the things he never did in the first place. The founders warned and feared today might come when impeachment was used politically by the party that had the most votes. Today, Democrats are the founders' worst nightmare come true. I think most Americans are probably wishing they could impeach the Democrats. To them, I say, you can next November. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I think when the history of this time is written, it will record that when my colleagues found that they lacked the courage to stand up to this unethical president, they consoled themselves by attacking those who did. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, for unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the impeachment of President Donald Trump.
That objection is so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent for the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, for her request.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting my vote for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Napolitano, for unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the articles of impeachment against Donald Trump.
Without objection, gentlelady, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the impeachment of President Donald Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, for a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my remarks supporting the impeachment of President Donald Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I'm now proud to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquarello, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we're here today because of the failure of so many to cast aside narrow ambition to confront the threats standing before us. Offer the chance to investigate this government together. The president and his party stonewalled and obstructed. We're here today because they choose comfort over courage and avarice over the republic. This is the ongoing tragedy of our age, and it is ongoing. The matter is now solely in our hands and belongs to us and us alone. The buck has stopped. Many have invoked the judgment of history as an antidote to this threat. But the threat to democracy is here today. not tomorrow. We need not, we must not await the verdict of time for Donald Trump's abuse of power and obstruction. We can offer that verdict right now, and we are.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, Madam Speaker. The Democrats forgot two key things. Forgot about the facts and they forgot about fairness. 4 facts will never change. We have the call transcript, no quid pro quo. We have the 2 guys on the call, excuse me, who've repeatedly said there was no pressure, there was no pushing. We have the fact Ukraine didn't know aid was held up at the time of the phone call. And most importantly, Ukraine took no action, no announcement of investigation to get the aid released. But Democrats don't care. They don't care about the facts, and they sure don't care about the process. No subpoena power for Republicans, no Republican witnesses. During the depositions, Republicans were prevented from getting all their questions answered, but Democrats got every one of their questions. The witness responded to every one of theirs, but not Republicans. The chairman wouldn't let him in. Of course, the whistleblower, the anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge, bias against the president, who worked for Joe Biden, was never compelled to testify. The guy who started it all. This is really about the president's been driving these guys crazy because he's getting things done. He's doing what he said he was going to do. He's having results. Taxes have been cut, regulations reduced, unemployment at its lowest level in 50 years, the economy growing. Gorsuch and Kavanaugh on the court, out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem, hostages home from North Korea, and a new NAFTA agreement coming tomorrow. But guess what? When you drain the swamp fights back. And they started attacking the president before the election even. July 31st, 2016, they opened the Russia investigation. The FBI spied on 4 American citizens associated with the Trump campaign. The FBI took the dossier to the FISA court. The dossier they already knew was false. They took it to the court. They lied to the court 17 times. Guess what? 3 days ago on national television, even Jim Comey had to admit the FBI was wrong. And yesterday, 1 day ago, the FISA court sends the FBI a letter and says, straighten up, get your act together when it comes to the FISA application process. Think about this. The attack started then, they've continued right up till today. But I want you to think about something. The individual who said the FISA process was fine, the dossier was fine, the Russian investigation was fine, that same individual ran the impeachment process. That same individual staff met with the whistleblower. That same individual, the only guy in Congress who knows who the whistleblower is for sure. And that same individual released the phone records of the president's personal attorney, released the phone records of a member of the press, and released the phone records of a Republican member of the United States Congress. This process has been unfair, it's been dangerous, and it has been harmful to our country. Democrats have never accepted the will of the American people. Nancy Pelosi made that clear 4 weeks ago when she called the President of the United States an imposter. The will of we the people, the 63 million folks who voted for this guy and made him president in an electoral college landslide. They've never accepted that fact. We are less than 11 months away from the election. Let the American people decide who should be president. Let the American people decide. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to defend the Constitution and support these articles of impeachment. The president abused the power of his office by corruptly putting his own political interests ahead of our nation's security. He blocked congressionally authorized military aid to coerce Ukraine to launch a phony investigation into his political rival. In the months since, he has waged a campaign of absolute obstruction against Congress's constitutional authority, ordering all federal officials to defy subpoenas and refusing to produce even a single document. Madam Speaker, I take no joy in today's impeachment vote, or that the president's actions demand this response. This is a sad moment for our nation. Only twice before has the House voted to impeach a president, and never before on accusations of compromising our nation's security. I hope in the Senate, prosecution and defense can call and cross-examine witnesses, and the senators will hear the evidence and make their decisions without prejudice or prejudgment. This is a solemn moment, but our system of checks and balances was designed for times like these, and I have faith that our Constitution will guide us on the path ahead. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunes.
Gentleman is recognized for
Thank you,
3
gentlemen.
minutes.
Madam Speaker, as the Democrats now admit, their attempt to remove the president began on Trump's inauguration day, when the Democrats' semi-official mouthpiece, the Washington Post, declared, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." For years, the Democrats tried to expel the president with a preposterous accusation that he was a Russian agent. As detailed by I.G. Horowitz, dishonest intelligence officials used fake allegations spread by the Democrats to gain approval of a spying operation against the Trump campaign. As they falsely accused the Trump campaign of colluding with Russians, the Democrats themselves colluded with Russians to manufacture these allegations in the infamous Steele dossier. They even tried to get nude pictures of Trump from Russian pranksters. With the Russian collusion hoax, the Democrats had everything going for them. Federal investigations run by Trump haters, an endless supply of media cheerleaders, and a galaxy of left-wing interest groups amplifying the ridiculous message. And yet, even with all those weapons at their disposal, the Russia conspiracy theory collapsed. So they quickly concocted Plan B. The Ukraine hoax was based on a supposed whistleblower who colluded beforehand with the Democrats. The Democrats then prevented Congress from interviewing the whistleblower while conducting bizarre secret depositions and selectively leaking testimony to discredited media hacks. The Democrats showcased the most useful witnesses in public hearings that somehow reduced support for impeachment. It's not easy to make a coup attempt boring, but the Democrats found a way. As it turns out, the American people don't think a routine phone call with a foreign leader is a good basis for ousting a U.S. president. The Democrats also put forth ever-changing accusations against the president, including campaign finance violations, quid pro quos, election interference, bribery, extortion. Eventually, they ended up with the ridiculous charges we consider today: abuse of power, an utterly meaningless term, and obstruction of Congress. One Democrat has pronounced the president guilty simply because he won't cooperate with their plan to railroad him. But the only thing President Trump is guilty of is beating Hillary Clinton. The Democrats refuse to accept that loss, and now they're indicating they'll continue their impeachment efforts even after this one fails in the U.S. Senate. Madam Speaker, after all their deceit, phony investigations, ginned-up crises, and manufactured outrage, the Democrats need a long period of rehabilitation. They must learn how to do something productive for the American people instead of ripping the country apart in their lust for power. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I thank the gentleman for his remarks, and it's now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman Neal, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is deeply unfortunate that we have to undertake this impeachment proceeding that unfolds this evening. But the part we play in this process is not optional. Among other things, as the Intelligence and Judiciary Committees have painstakingly documented, the President has indeed abused his authority, and he has indeed obstructed justice. He threatened to withhold congressionally appropriated U.S. taxpayer dollars from an ally under attack from Russia unless they agreed to interfere in our election on his behalf. He has expressed no remorse, and he continues to maintain that his behavior was, quote, perfect, while simultaneously obstructing legitimate congressional oversight and subpoenas and blocking members of his administration from providing truthful testimony to investigators. His actions are so far beyond the pale that they have left us with no remaining recourse except impeachment, and so we shall impeach. Because as drastic and as unwelcome as this step is, our country faces even greater long-term risk if we fail to respond. We cannot excuse a president who feels entitled to disregard or break the law with impunity. We are a nation built upon the rule of law, not the law of rulers. The framers gave us their best effort in 1787, and indeed it was an extraordinary one. The Constitution they set down wasn't perfect, but it founded a republic that has endured and thrived with exceptional stability. As the late Senator Moynihan pointed out, only two countries in the world, both existed in 1800 and have never had their governments changed by violence since then, the United States and Britain. Only 8 governments have existed since 1914 and have not had their form of government changed by force since then. The United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, Sweden, and Switzerland. The innovative system of checks and balances that they constructed with the separation of powers brought about and successfully negotiated a generation of challenges that we have sustained. In the very first week that the framers began crafting this blueprint for America's freedom and stability, and negotiations indeed immediately started on impeachment. No government in the world at that time exposed the head of government to impeachment, but America was to be different. In the view of the framers, impeachment is in no way a constitutional crisis. It is a process that the framers wisely judged that we would sometimes need. This evening is one of those rare moments. Madison worried that one day the country would elect a president who, quote, might pervert his administration to a scheme of peculation or oppression. He might betray his trust to foreign powers, end of quote. George Mason asked the delegates, quote, shall we see any man to be above justice? And above all, shall that man be above it, then who can commit the most extensive injustice? End of quote. Of course not, because having just thrown off one king, they would never consent to anoint another one. America firmly rejected the notion of divine right. Speaker Rayburn summed it up, but I have 30 extra seconds, 30 extra seconds.
Without objection.
Thank the gentleman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Article 1 of the Constitution prescribes Congress as the first branch of government. And just as importantly, let me quote Speaker Rayburn, who was asked, how many presidents did you serve under? And Speaker Rayburn answered, none. I served with 7 presidents of the United States. Impeachment is reserved for moments of grave danger when the constitutional order becomes dangerously out of balance, moments like this one. And that's why I will vote to impeach.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute 45 to the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. First, minute
Gentleman's
45 seconds.
recognized for 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, here we are on the verge of doing exactly what America doesn't want us to do and what they feared that you would do. In 2016, I, along with 63 million American voters, representing 304 electoral college votes, went to the polls and we raised our collective political middle finger to D.C. and voted for Donald Trump. Folks like my father who watched this place destroy his profession of community banking. My friends and family in the textile industry that saw their way of life destroyed following NAFTA. Americans in rural areas whose opportunity in life and voice have been drowned out by the screams of socialist Democrats. Our friends and neighbors living in poverty and crime, broken down, project-based public housing, who for generations have been told by this place, this is the best that we think that you can do. Here's your check. God bless you. Now move along. Those voters. And now you want to remove our voice from office. Well, our voice will be heard, and I stand here determined to make sure that it will be, because we will fight back against this corrupt and unfair impeachment process. How dare you, the liberal elites, the condescending bureaucrats, and every other kind of swamp critter in this godforsaken place tell the American public who the president should be. That's the job of the American voter, not yours. This whole flipping goat rodeo is a sham and a shame, and it will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Heck, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this week Americans are busy finishing up their Christmas shopping, mostly for their children, or if they're lucky enough to have them, their grandchildren. And high school and college students are taking final exams and sweating out the results. And that got me to thinking about those who followed and what our obligation is to them. And that got me thinking about those who came before and how they might have seen their obligation to us. People like my grandfather, whom our family believes literally was born on the boat on the way over here from Germany, or my father, who fought in World War II against the very people that his grandfather had left. We're all here today, all of us, because someone before us sacrificed so that they could journey here and build a new life in this unique land. And we are here today because those immigrants and their children were dedicated not just to the land of America, but to the idea, freedom and opportunity secured by self-government, choosing our own leaders in free and fair elections, and the rule of law under the Constitution.
Gentleman's time's expired.
2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, happy to yield another 30 seconds, gentleman from Washington.
Gentleman's recognized.
This idea of America is in peril, brought about so by this president who sought to cheat in an election. A president who puts himself above the law and attacks the bedrock constitutional precept of checks and balances. Yeah, the question is, can America survive this behavior? What idea will we hand down to those who follow us? And finally, what is our obligation to those who would follow? It is simply this: to do our duty, to defend the Constitution and the values underpinning it by voting yes on the articles of impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
I reserve, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from California.
Sure.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we live in the greatest democracy in the world, and I am convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans are good, decent people who work hard and play by the rules. But then we have people who have no respect for the law, people who have little regard for the rules, people who spend a lot of their time trying to figure out how to game the system. Law enforcement officers call them habitual offenders. And the more they get away with, the more likely they are to engage in misconduct. Some say it takes courage to hold powerful people accountable, but I see it differently. I see it as a sense of duty, a regular part of my job as a member of Congress. However, habitual offenders usually don't sneak up on you. They usually telegraph their intentions time and time again. On July 27th of 2016, in my home state of Florida, then candidate Trump said, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you will be able to find the 30,000 emails, thereby inviting foreign interference into U.S. elections." But then the day after the special counsel testified before Congress, the president, feeling undeterred and emboldened, said, "Call President Zelensky," and pressured him to help him rig the elections, and chose to hold much needed military aid over our allies' head until the president's demands were met. Now, I served 12 years on the hostage negotiations team, and I know that pressure and demands come in many forms. And in this scheme, we had both. I've enforced the laws, and now I write the laws. But the laws mean nothing if the accused can destroy evidence, stop witnesses from testifying, and blatantly refuse to cooperate. I ask you to name somebody in your community or your family who can do that. I know the president said that he can get away with anything he wants to. I come today to tell you that no, he cannot, because no one is above the law, and he shall be held accountable.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I yield for a unanimous consent request. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter my remarks into the record in opposition to this sham impeachment.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney.
Gentlelady's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. And Madam Speaker, I rise today on the floor of this magnificent chamber, the very heart of our democratic republic, And I would imagine, Madam Speaker, that every one of us in this chamber, regardless of party, understands, shares a common view that being citizens of this great republic is among life's most tremendous blessings. We all know that no force on earth is more powerful than the force of freedom. It is our miraculous constitutional system, Madam Speaker, defended by our men and women in uniform, that has safeguarded that freedom for 230 years. Each one of us in this chamber bears a sacred duty, passed down to us through generations and affirmed in our oath of office, to preserve and protect our Constitution. Madam Speaker, our nation's framers recognized that this republic is fragile and that extreme partisanship can be among the most severe threats to its survival. That is why in Federalist 65, Alexander Hamilton wrote, quote, "There will always be the greatest danger that the impeachment decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." Here, Madam Speaker, our Democratic colleagues have been working to remove this president since the day he was elected, searching for an offense on which they could impeach. Failing to find one, Madam Speaker, they have decided to assume one. Rather than attempting to enforce their subpoenas in court, they have also decided to declare it a high crime and misdemeanor when the President of the United States asserts his constitutional privileges. The Democrats are asking members of this body to impeach, despite the fact that they have presented no direct evidence of any impeachable offense. Let me say it one more time, Madam Speaker. They have presented no direct evidence of any impeachable offense. If anyone in this chamber still believes the Democrats have proven their case, I would urge those members to ask the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Schiff, why he failed to appear to answer questions about his report. Before members vote for impeachment, they might want to know why the author of the impeachment report will not defend it under questioning. If the House impeaches here, Madam Speaker, it will create exactly the type of risk the framers cautioned us to avoid. It will mean that divided government can imperil a democratically elected president based on unproven allegations and innuendo in the absence of direct testimony. Despite all the rhetoric you've heard today, Madam Speaker, passage of these articles of impeachment may permanently damage our republic. From this day forward, a hyper-partisan, bare majority can cite this precedent to try to remove a future commander-in-chief. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Madam Speaker, think of our republic, think of the Constitution, think of the oath that we all swore to protect and defend that Constitution, and vote against these partisan, reckless, and dangerous articles of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today we proclaim that no person is above the law, not even the President of the United States. Donald J. Trump abused the power of his office and violated his oath of office by extorting a new and inexperienced president of a vulnerable foreign ally to dig up dirt on Mr. Trump's domestic political opponents. He then obstructed the Congress, this equal branch of our government, from undertaking our duty, outlined in the Constitution itself, to investigate and check these violations. Today, we do nothing more and nothing less than fulfill our duty to our country and to our Constitution. Mr. Trump has allowed foreign powers to interfere in our domestic affairs. He's endangered our national security and our democracy itself. For those reasons, we must impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, at this point I have a yield for a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from Oregon.
Gentleman's recognized.
I oppose this resolution on impeachment and ask that my words be put in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I have unanimous consent request from the gentleman from South Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I oppose these resolutions. I ask for my comments to be admitted into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent for the gentleman from Mississippi.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the articles of impeachment and like my comments be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask of the gentleman, is he ready to close?
No, we have a few more speakers.
Then I reserve.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espion, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, if you live in Lenox Avenue in the Village of Harlem in my district, you are not above the law. If you live on Webster Avenue in the Bronx part of my district, you are not above the law. If you live in Washington Heights, the immigrant neighborhood in my district, you are not above the law. So I submit to you that if you live on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, you are not above the law, and you will be held accountable. President Donald Trump asked Ukrainian president to do us a favor and look into the Biden. That's abuse of power. President Trump used the official White House meeting to extort a Ukrainian president. That's abuse of power. President Trump ordered White House staff to withhold $400 million in aid to the Ukraine. That's abuse of power. President Trump and his staff defied multiple subpoenas from Congress. That's obstruction of Congress. He blocked witnesses from testifying before this body. That's obstruction of Congress. Nadie está por encima de la ley. No one is above the law. I cast my vote for this impeachment, in articles of impeachment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I yield for unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter my statement into the record, recording that I am opposed to this articles of impeachment on the basis that they do not measure to Article 2, Section 4.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Brownlee, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as the chair of the Women's Veterans Task Force, I see every single day the immense sacrifice our women veterans and all of our nation's veterans have made in service to our country, in service to our commander-in-chief, our Constitution, to protect our democracy, and for every single man, woman, and child in our country. When the President of the United States used $400 million meant to protect our national security in order to cheat in our elections, he not only abused his power, he turned his back on the sacrifices of our veterans and their families have made for all that we hold so dear. That abuse of power is reprehensible, and it is exactly what impeachment was designed to prevent. We have a solemn duty to protect our Constitution, to protect our democracy, and to honor all those who have laid their lives on the line for these United States of America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield for a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Davis, for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, make no mistake. We are not impeaching this president. He is impeaching himself. If you are the president and you obstruct justice, try to bribe a foreign leader, and threaten national security, you're going to get impeached. End of story.
Leo's back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Holland, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you as a representative of New Mexico, a place where we believe in dignity and respect for all. In Congress, I've been fighting for them. We've been working to make healthcare more affordable, education accessible, and move our country forward for the people. But today, this president has forced us into a serious debate. We're talking about a president who used the power of the presidency for his own political gain, risking our national security and putting the integrity of the next election at risk. It's a sad day when a president shows complete disrespect for Congress as a co-equal branch of government and for the American people who elected us. We collected the evidence and the facts are indisputable. We all took an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. We have the solemn responsibility to hold this president accountable because it's our job. I urge my colleagues to live up to our responsibility and show our fellow Americans that no one, not even the president, is above the law, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this moment, I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my opposition to these articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my statement in support of the articles of impeachment against President Donald J. Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I give 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, the minority's whip, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Impeaching a president of the United States. This isn't about some solemn duty tonight. Let's talk about what this is really about. This has been about a political vendetta. A political vendetta that didn't just start with the Zelensky call. It started long before that. Just listen to some of the quotes from Democrats in this chamber. Speaker Pelosi, quote, "It's been going on for 22 months, 2.5 years actually. We cannot accept a second term for Donald Trump. What's more serious is that he can't win. This isn't about some crime that was committed. It's about fear that he might win re-election. That's not why you impeach a president." Al Green, quote, "I'm concerned that if we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected." The list goes on, Madam Speaker. In fact, there's some quotes that I can't even read on this House floor that some of our colleagues made. And keep in mind, more than 100 Democrats on this House floor voted to impeach this president before the Zelensky phone call. Just look at some of these articles of impeachment that they voted for. 2 years ago, 58 Democrats voted to impeach the president over comments he made about NFL players kneeling for the Pledge of Allegiance. Impeaching the president, over 50 Democrats voted to impeach him for that. Just this summer, over 90 Democrats voted to impeach the president for comments he made about the squad. So he makes comments about some other members of Congress who make a lot of comments about him, and 95 members vote to impeach the President of the United States. This is a political vendetta. It has nothing to do with the crime committed. There was no crime. And why don't we listen to some of the witnesses? Obviously, we weren't able to call all the witnesses we wanted, but there were witnesses. In fact, Gordon Sondland, U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, he's mentioned over 600 times in the Schiff report. He was their star witness. And what did he say when asked? Quote, did President Trump ever tell you personally about any preconditions for anything? His answer, no. Any preconditions for the aid to be released? No. Any preconditions for a White House meeting? Under oath he testified, no. Abuse of power. Let's talk about that article of impeachment, Madam Speaker. George Washington law professor Turley, who admitted under oath that he voted against Donald Trump, spoke to this claim of abuse of power. In fact, he said, quote, if you make a high crime and misdemeanor out of going to the courts, it is an abuse of power. It's your abuse of power. You are doing precisely what you are criticizing the president of doing. Abuse of power. There's a House rule, Madam Speaker, that requires, not allows, but requires that the minority get a day of hearing, which we asked for multiple times. They broke this rule. They didn't allow us to have a minority day of hearing. They didn't want to hear the facts about this case because it was never about the facts, because there was no crime. It is about a personal political vendetta. Now let's talk about obstruction of Congress, as they make up these terms to impeach a president because they didn't find a crime and they were looking. It's been an impeachment in search of a crime. But they talk about obstruction of Congress and saying the president defied subpoenas, subpoena after subpoena. Let's go through the departments. The Department of State they subpoenaed. Do you know that literally just 4 days after the subpoena, the Secretary of State himself responded to your subpoena? The Department of Defense, a week later, responded to the subpoena. The Department of Energy responded to the subpoena. We could go on and on with all of these agencies. That's an abuse of power. That's an obstruction of Congress, responding to your subpoena. That's what they did. They responded. You might not have liked the answer, but that's not the way this works. You don't impeach a president because you don't like his foreign policy, as so many of those foreign policy experts came and testified. But this isn't just about Donald Trump. They don't just hate Donald Trump, Madam Speaker. They hate the 63 million Americans who voted for this president, the forgotten men and women of this country who have been left behind, Madam Speaker.
House will be in order. Gentlemen may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's those forgotten men and women in this country that Washington had left behind. And what's this president doing for them? He's delivering for them. 600 jobs in Pennsylvania. 1,000 jobs, workers in Mingo Junction, Ohio, $750 million investment for 600 new jobs across this country. Detroit News, Chrysler, 6,500 new jobs. That's what this president is doing to deliver for those men and women of this country who have been left behind. It's about time somebody stands up for him, and President Trump is. So it is a political vendetta. It is a political vendetta. But if they're going to go through with this, Madam Speaker, impeachment will not just be a stain on this Democrat majority. Impeachment will be their legacy.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Ms. Custer from New Hampshire for unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request the consent, unanimous consent for enter in my statement into the record regarding the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge in favor of articles of impeachment. Thank you.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it is now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Hoyer, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
My colleagues,
The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have had the honor of serving in this House
for over 38 years. I've served during 6 presidencies. I've been here through moments of tremendous progress and terrible tragedy. I've seen periods of rank partisanship and patriotic bipartisanship. I've seen our two-party system work, and I've seen it break down. Never, in all my years of serving in this great institution that I love, and the people of my district, did I ever expect to encounter such an obvious wrongdoing by a president of the United States. Nor did I expect to witness such a craven rationalization of presidential actions, which should put our national security at risk, undermine the integrity of our elections, and defied the constitutional authority of the Congress to conduct oversight. We've heard from Republicans that this impeachment really has to do with policy differences, or how we feel personally about the president, about his temperament, or that we simply dislike him. Throughout the Trump presidency, Democrats have resisted pursuing impeachment, even as we watched with dismay and disgust at a pattern of wrongdoing. That pattern included ordering federal agencies to lie to the public, firing the FBI director for refusing to end investigations of his campaign, siding with Vladimir Putin against our intelligence agencies, taking funding away from the military to put towards an ineffective border wall, and setting policies that have led to the separation of families and caging of children. We have to be sure deep disagreements with the policies and actions taken by this president. There's been a lot of talk about the 63 million people who voted for Mr. Trump. Little talk about the 65 million people who voted for Hillary Clinton. The policy difference, or those votes, this president was elected legitimately.
The House will stay in order. The gentleman deserves to be heard. Gentleman's recognized.
Because we have an electoral college. But none of these are reasons to pursue what Chairman Schiff has called a wrenching process for the nation. In fact, Democrats rejected that process emphatically in 3 specific votes. In December of 2017, Democrats overwhelmingly voted against pursuing articles of impeachment, including the Speaker and myself. We did so again in 2018, with over 60% of the Democrats rejecting pursuing articles of impeachment. And again, just months ago, in July of 2019, 60% of the Democrats said no to pursuing articles of impeachment. Just days before the infamous July 25th telephone call. We did the same with 60% of Democrats voting not to proceed. Credible witnesses, many of whom were appointed to office by President Trump, have corroborated the details and timeline of his abuse of presidential power, which forms the basis of the first article of impeachment in this resolution. Instead, I will not recount all of the witnesses or abuses that have occurred. I congratulate my colleagues and Mr. Nadler and his committee and Mr. Schiff and his committee for setting forth a compelling case. They've been laid out fully in the articles before us and by colleagues in their remarks. What I will do is remind Americans that the House provided President Trump every opportunity to prove his innocence, but the witnesses were precluded from coming forth. The witnesses who had personal knowledge did not come, either at the president's request, in which he refused to show up because he thought it was a sham, as so many of you have said, or to the committees. Instead, he ignored congressional subpoenas for documents and for testimony by White House officials and ordered his subordinates not to cooperate. Perhaps they could have exonerated him. This itself, I suggest to you, is unprecedented. When President Nixon and Clinton were asked to hand over documents and allow officials to testify, ultimately both complied because it is the law. Such actions of the president can be taken as further evidence of his obstruction and abuse of power. It is, in and of itself, impeachable conduct, the subject of the second article of impeachment. These two articles before us concern two very profound constitutional issues about the abuse of power in our republic. First, whether it is acceptable for the President of the United States, any president, to solicit foreign interference in our elections. There is a difference as to whether he's done that, and the place to try that is in the United States Senate. But we believe strongly there is probable cause to conclude that. To undermine our national security, the integrity of our elections, and the integrity of our democracy. And secondly, whether it is permissible for the president to obstruct Congress and act as if he is above the law and immune from constitutional oversight. On December 4th, the Judiciary Committee heard the testimony of constitutional law experts who weighed in on these points. Some 1,500 historians have said the same thing. As Professor Noah Feldman said, if we cannot impeach a president who abuses his office for personal advantage, we no longer live in a democracy. We live in a monarchy, or we live under a dictatorship. The votes we are about to take concern the rule of law and our democracy itself. Let us not forget the words of John Locke, so influential to the founders of our republic. John Locke, millennia ago, said this: wherever law ends, tyranny begins. This impeachment asks whether we are still a republic of laws, as our founders intended, or whether we will accept that one person can be above the law. In America, as we have said over and over again, no one is above the law. but only as long as we hold every person accountable for breaking the law, even a president, will that be true. If the House does not act, if we wait and delay, we run the risk of allowing the president's misconduct, if we believe it to be so, to be repeated at the expense of the integrity of our elections, our national security, and our constitutional system of separation of powers. Democrats did not choose this impeachment. We did not wish for it. We voted against it. We voted against it once. We voted against it twice. We voted against it 3 times as recently as July. We did not want this. However, President Trump's misconduct has forced our constitutional republic to protect itself. These votes that we are about to take and the process that will follow in the Senate are not only an assessment of the president's commitment to the Constitution or to his oath of office, it is as well a test of our own. Damning evidence of the president's high crimes has emerged. Nevertheless, Republican members of this House and of the Senate have continued to defend a president whose actions seem to many of us to be indefensible. All of us feel a sense of loyalty to party. It's what makes our two-party system function. It's what helps hold presidents and majorities accountable. But party loyalty must have its limits. And as evidence of the president's impeachable offenses have mounted daily as the witnesses testified, it has become increasingly clear that the limits of partisanship have been reached and passed. Now Democrats and Republicans together face a test before our constituents, our countrymen, and our Creator. The New York Times on October 18th summarized the question now posed to House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats. Compromise by compromise, Donald Trump has hammered away at what Republicans once saw as foundational virtues: decency, honesty, responsibility, and yes, even civility. Went on to say, will they commit themselves and their party wholly to Mr. Trump, embracing even his most anti-democratic actions? Or will they take the first step towards separating themselves from him and restoring confidence in the rule of law? Madam Speaker, we have seen Republican courage throughout our history, from the Civil War to the Cold War. In 1950, Margaret Chase Smith, the senator from Maine, a Republican, spoke bravely against the cancer of McCarthyism in her party, leading 6 of her Republican colleagues in a declaration of conscience against their own leadership. We are Republicans, they declared, but we are Americans first. In 1974, one congressman took the brave and principled step of becoming the first Republican on the Judiciary Committee to support impeaching President Nixon. He said to his colleagues and to the country, and I quote, "It isn't easy for me to align myself against the president to whom I gave my enthusiastic support, on whose side I've stood in many legislative battles, whose accomplishments in foreign and domestic affairs I've consistently applauded. But it is impossible, he went on to say, for me to condone or ignore the long train of abuses to which he has subjected the presidency and the people of this country. The Constitution and my own oath of office, he said, demand that I bear true faith and allegiance to the principles of law and justice upon which this nation was founded. And he concluded, and I cannot, in good conscience, turn away from the evidence of evil that is to me so clear and compelling. My colleagues, that congressman's name was Larry Hogan Sr. He represented the 5th District of Maryland, which I now represent. His son is presently the second-term Republican governor of our state. When Larry Hogan Sr. died in 2017, every obituary led with praise for his act of political courage. Who among us, many years from now, will receive such praise as a man or woman of courage? Who will regret not having earned it? We've talked a lot about partisan differences. There is one person who has spoken today who is neither a member of the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party. His name is Justin Amash, who represents a Republican district. He left the Republican Party, and in doing so, he admonished his colleagues that, quote, this president will only be in power for a short time, but excusing his behavior will forever tarnish your name. He spoke on this floor in support of the 2 articles that we will consider this evening. Neither a Democrat nor a Republican. Representative Amash, of course, is the only member of this House who has no allegiance to either party, but to his country. He is supporting, as I've said, both articles. We need not ask who will be the first to show courage by standing up to President Trump. The question we must now ask is, who will be the last to find it? The pages of our history are filled with Americans who have the courage to choose country over party or personality. But as President Kennedy wrote, the stories of past courage can teach. They can offer hope. They can provide inspiration. But they cannot supply courage itself. For this, President Kennedy said, each man, each woman must look into their own soul. I urge my fellow colleagues in the House and yes, in the Senate, to look into your soul. Summons the courage to vote for our Constitution and our democracy. I understand we will all not see the same conclusion. But to do less betrays our oath and that of our founders, who pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. Let us neither turn away from the evidence, which to me seems so clear, nor from our good conscience, which compels us to do what in our hearts we know to be right. Let us not allow the rule of law to end or for tyranny to find its toehold. With our votes today, we can bear true faith and allegiance to the vision of our founders. And we can show future generations what it truly means to be Americans first. Vote yes.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, just off of this floor, I said that a dark cloud was descending upon this body. And today, because of the clock and the calendar, it is closing. It is amazing to me what I just heard from the majority leader, that Mr. Schiff and Mr. Nadler presented a compelling case for impeachment. If this is a compelling case for impeachment, I'm not sure why we're here right now. It is not anywhere close to compelling. But you know what is interesting is what I have heard today. The majority leader just spoke and said that if the president was given every opportunity to come prove his innocence, I tell you what, Madam Speaker, let me have just a few minutes, stop the clock, and let me go around to the press corps and everybody here, and I'm going to accuse you of something. You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it. Now prove it wrong. You did it. Guess what? You don't want to, because deep down you know that that's turning the entire jurisprudence of this country upside down. You are guilty. You're not guilty until you're proven. You're innocent. And today from this floor, we have heard the majority leader say this president is guilty and not the other way around. He is innocent, and these come nowhere close to proving it. But what is left of this body? Let's have an honest conversation, Madam Speaker. What we have found over the past few weeks is it is okay for the majority to tear down a foreign leader because they can't make their case. They called him a liar or weak or worse, or as it was called in the committee, even looked like a battered wife. It is below the dignity of this body and this majority to tear down a foreign leader because they can't make their case against this one. We have broken rules in this House, even to this moment. Chairman Schiff and the others have broken House Resolution 660 by not turning over the things that they should be turning over. I still have not got a transcript. We still don't know what we got in the White House. Still has not got their stuff. I guess minority hearing rule days don't matter either. You see, there is a problem here because we're going to vote this tonight while breaking the rules. What a shameful incident. But we also found a creative interpretation of minority rights. We saw the rise of partisanship because of things that have been done even further. And we've even seen members smeared in reports by drive-by political hacks when they match numbers of the majority or the ranking member and the members of the press. That ought to concern every one of you as much as it concerns every one of us. Nothing but a drive-by hit. But you know something? This majority leader also just said, wherever law ends, charity begins. But I will say this, in this House, wherever the rules are disregarded, chaos and mob rule actually begin, and the majority has taken that to a new level. It has been said today, where's bravery? I'll tell you where bravery is found and courage is found. It's found in this minority who has lived through the last year of nothing but rules being broken, people being put down, questions not being answered, and this majority say, be damned with anything else, we're going to impeach and do whatever we want to do. Why? Because we won an election. I guarantee you, one day you'll be back in the minority, and it ain't going to be that fun. Because when you look at it, when you actually trash the rules of this House, you want to really look at what did you gain at the end by trashing the institution you claim to love. That's the things we found out so far. But you know, they're really careful of saying, oh, you want to deal with process and process. As I said last night in the Rules Committee, where they didn't want to listen, I'll win on process and I will win on facts because we have the truth on our side. Let me remind you that here's what the process actually says. There was no pressure. Look at the call. President Zelensky, President Trump, no pressure. There was no conditionality. There was nothing done to get the aid, and the aid actually came. There were 5 meetings. But when you look at it right now, none of which matter, because right now the dark cloud is descending upon this House. And I am fearful, Madam Speaker. When I look out in that abyss, I don't know what I see, but I tell you what I do see. I see coming off a president who will put his head down even through this sham impeachment, and he will do his job. He will put the American people first. He will tell them that I care about you. He will still put the economy first, and he will make sure this country stands
strong. That's what I see in this event. That's where we're going. And Madam Speaker, it is with that hope in the future that I recognize right now that I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader of this House, the Republican from California, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I must warn you, I'm about to say something my Democratic colleagues hate to hear. Donald J. Trump is President of the United States. He is President today, he'll be President tomorrow, and he will be President when this impeachment is over. Madam Speaker, when they accept that, maybe this House can get back to work for the American people. Now tonight I rise, not as the leader of the opposition to this impeachment, or as the elected representative from the Central Valley of California. I rise as Kevin McCarthy, citizen, no better, no worse than the 435 representatives that are in this chamber, or the 330 million Americans watching this institution make what I believe to be one of the worst decisions we have ever made. It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, whether you're liberal or you're conservative, whether you're the first generation or the 10th, at our core, we are all American, all of us. We choose our future. We choose what kind of nation we want to be. Here is our choice tonight. Will we let impeachment become an exercise of raw political power, regardless if it damages our country? Or will we protect the proper grounds and process for impeachment now and in the future? For months, Democrats and many in the media have attempted to normalize the impeachment process that would remove a duly elected president from office. After 3 years of breathless and baseless outrage, this is their last attempt to stop the Trump presidency. Madam Speaker, Speaker Pelosi even recently admitted that Democrats have been working on this impeachment for 2.5 years. Those were her words, they were not mine. Because they lost to him in 2016, they'll do anything or say anything to stop him in 2020. That's not America. That's not how democratic republics behave. Elections matter. Voters matter. And in 11 months, the people's voice will be heard again. Impeachment is the most consequential decision Congress can make other than sending our men and women into war. Yet 85 days ago, Speaker Pelosi chose to impeach the President of the United States. She wrote the script and created an artificial timeline to make the details fit. Why else are we doing this just hours before Christmas? If that's all it was, a rush to judgment, she could be forgiven. But before the Speaker saw one word or one shred of evidence, she moved to impeach. In the past, in this body, such a step demanded a vote from all of us from the start. But not only did she move to impeach before she gave this House and the hundreds of millions of people we represent a say in whether to pursue an impeachment inquiry, she threw out the bipartisan standards this House gave President Nixon and Clinton. That is why I immediately sent Speaker Pelosi a letter asking her to follow the rules of history, of tradition, and follow those standards that have served America well. What did she say? She rejected it. She rejected it because Democrats knew a fair process would crumble the case. A fair process would have exposed to the American public what many already knew. Democrats have wanted to impeach President Trump since the day he was elected. And nothing was going to get in their way, certainly not the truth. Madam Speaker, Chairman Schiff said he had evidence, more than circumstantial, of collusion. That was false. In January, when we all stood in this body, we stood up, we raised our hands, we swore that we'd uphold the Constitution. And a few mere hours after that, Congresswoman Tlaib said she was going to impeach the mother effer. Those are not my words. A year before taking the majority, Chairman Nadler campaigned to the Democrats that he wanted to be chairman of the Judiciary Committee where impeachment is. New York Times writes, Madam Speaker, because he is the strongest member to lead a potential impeachment. And Congressman Raskin, a leading Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, one that the Democrats had represented in the Rules Committee for these articles just yesterday, told the crowd he would impeach President Trump 2 days before he was ever sworn into office. What we've seen is a rigged process that has led to the most partisan and least credible impeachment in the history of America. That is this legacy. Any prosecutor in this country would be disbarred for such blatant bias, especially if that prosecutor was the fact witness, the judge, and the jury. Madam Speaker, Democrats haven't just failed on process, they've also failed on evidence. I've heard a lot of debate on this floor today, but I haven't heard one member of this body dispute this simple fact. President Trump provided lethal aid to Ukraine. It came before the call, it came after the call, and it continues to this day. President Trump provided Ukraine tank-busting bombs. The previous administration, they gave blankets. This is the truth. Meanwhile, the Democrats' case is based on second-hand opinions and hearsay. Simply put, there are no grounds for impeachment. As constitutional scholar Jonathan Turner, and I would challenge to say he's probably the most respected, and we all know it, a Democrat who did not vote for the president, said under oath, there was no bribery, there was no extortion, no obstruction of justice, and no abuse of power. Based on the facts, based on the truth, based on the lack of evidence, Turley called this the fastest, thinnest, and weakest impeachment in the U.S. history. Such a definitive answer should be the end of all of this. But Speaker Pelosi is still moving forward with this impeachment without evidence of facts or truth or public support. The Speaker says it is out of allegiance to our founders. On this, I agree. I agree with the Speaker we should listen to the founders. And if one does, it's very clear that this impeachment is unfounded and improper. In the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton wrote, there would always be the greatest danger that impeachment would be driven by partisan animosity instead of real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. That impeachment would be driven by partisan animosity instead of real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. James Madison, another author of the Federalist Papers, wrote, "The danger of legislative abuse must lead to the same tyranny as is threatened by executive abuse." The founders did not want impeachment to be used for political or partisan battles. If my colleagues do not want to follow the constitutional high standards for undoing a national election, perhaps you could have followed Speaker Pelosi's standard, at least the one she promised to follow back in March. It was a very sensible standard. She says impeachment is so divisive that the evidence must be overwhelming, compelling, and bipartisan. Not one of those criteria have been met today. Based on the facts, based on the evidence, based on the truth, this impeachment even fails that Pelosi test. Those now who say removing President Trump would protect the integrity of our democracy have it backwards. By removing a duly elected president on empty articles of impeachment, Congress will erode the public trust in our system of government. I understand you dislike the president, his beliefs, the way he governs, and even the people who voted for him. How do I know this? Because you say so day in and day out. In 2016, they even dismissed his supporters. Remember calling us deplorables? Now they are trying to disqualify our voice before the 2020 election. They want to undo the results of the last election to influence the next one. As I said, President Trump will still be president when this is all over. But Congress will have wasted months of time and taxpayers' dollars on impeachment rather than doing what America's people want us to do. It didn't have to be this way. Is this why we came here to serve? To trample on due process rights? To issue more subpoenas than laws? To appease the new Democrat socialist base? That is not leadership. That is raw political politics, and you know it. By refusing to acknowledge the truth or follow the facts, by substituting partisan animosity for real demonstration of innocence or guilt, and by continuing a 3-year effort to undermine the president, this impeachment has divided this nation without any concern for the repercussions. Moreover, politicizing this process has discredited the United States House of Representatives and could forever weaken the remedy of impeachment. To again quote Professor Turley, "It is the Democrats' rush to impeachment on these grounds with unfair procedures that is an abuse of power." History will write that. Madam Speaker, as I said at the beginning, we face a choice. Do you trust the wisdom of the people? Or do you deny them a say in their government? Fortunately, the people will have the opportunity to speak up and render their verdict in 11 months to my fellow Americans. To my fellow Americans, if you approve of the way of this House has conducted their business, if you want to see your tax dollars go forward to endless investigations, support this impeachment. But if you want to restore a working Congress, like the previous Congress that listened to you and worked to bring the best economy in this country has ever seen,
and one that once again will work with the president to get things done for you and your family, then join with us in rejecting this baseless impeachment. That's what's wonderful about this system of ours. We are a government of, by, and for the people. Always remember, we work for you, not the other way around. Now, I will say this stronger and with more conviction than I have ever said it before. In this time of great trial and tribulation, may God bless America. I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized. House will be in order. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize myself for the remainder of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues, after 8 hours, let us return to where we began with the articles themselves. Article 1 charges the President of the United States with abusing the power of his office by coercing an ally into cheating in a U.S. election on his behalf. It charges the President of the United States. It charges the...
Be in order. The gentleman has a right to be heard.
It charges the President of the United
gentleman
States.
shall suspend. Gentleman may resume.
It charges the President of the United States with abusing his power by withholding official acts, by withholding a White House meeting that the President of Ukraine desperately sought to establish the support of his most important benefactor, the United States, by withholding hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid to a nation at war in order to get that nation to intervene in our election by smearing his opponent. That is the gravamen of the charge in Article 1. And what is the defense from my colleagues? Now, I've listened carefully to my colleagues for the last 8 hours, and I have to say, it's been hard for me to follow. But it amounts, I think, when you cut through it all, when you cut through all the sound and the fury, signifying nothing, what it really amounts to is this. Why should we care? Why should we care about what the president did to Ukraine? Well, first of all, we should care about our allies. We should care about Ukraine. We should care about a country struggling to be free and a democracy. We used to care about democracy. We used to care about our allies. We used to stand up to Putin and Russia. We used to. I know the party of Ronald Reagan used to. Why should we care about Ukraine? But of course, it's about more than Ukraine. It's about us. It's about our national security. Their fight is our fight. Their defense is our defense. When Russia remakes the map of Europe for the first time since World War II by dint of military force, and Ukraine fights back, it is our fight too. And when the president sacrifices our interests, our national security for his election, he is sacrificing our country for his personal gain. That is the gravamen of Article 1. Article 2. Article 2 charges the President of the United States with obstructing the Congress, with denying the Congress any witness, any document, by telling all of his administration people, you will not appear. You will ignore a co-equal branch of government. And what is the defense to this from my colleagues? Again, it is, why should we care? He is the president of our party. Why should we care if he ignores this Congress? Well, I remind my friends that he will not be the last president. There will be another president. And you may be one day, although you do not act like it, you may one day be in the majority. And you will want to hold a president accountable And what will you say when that president says, you are a paper tiger, you have no oversight, I can ignore your subpoenas? What will you say? What will you argue? Well, no, that was different. Then we were in the minority. Then it was a Republican president. Will that be your argument? Is that how little faith you have in our democracy and our Constitution? Is that how poorly you defend and uphold that Constitution? But finally, let me ask this question that overrides it all. Why should we care about any of this? And I will bring you to one conversation that came to light, because it's not the most important conversation, but in many ways, it is the most revealing. It took place on September 14th in Ukraine, when Ambassador Volker sat down with Andrei Yermak, the top advisor to Zelensky. And he did what he should do. He supported the rule of law, and he said, you, Andrei Yermak, should not investigate the last president, President Poroshenko, for political reasons. You should not engage in political investigations. And you know what Yermak said? Oh, you mean like you want us to do with the Bidens and the Clintons? And in that abrupt, brutal retort, we see why we should care. Because what he was saying is, you, America, have forgotten what it means to uphold the rule of law. You have forgotten what it means to say that no one is above the law. We are a struggling democracy, but even we know better than that. What is at risk here? What is at risk here is the very idea of America. That idea holds that we are a nation of laws, not of men. We are a nation that believes in a rule of law. When we say we uphold the Constitution, we're not talking about a piece of parchment. We're talking about a beautiful architecture in which ambition is set against ambition, in which no branch of government can dominate another. That is what it means to uphold the Constitution. If you ignore it, if you say the president may refuse to comply, may refuse lawful process, may coerce an ally, may cheat in an election because he's the president of our party, you do not uphold our Constitution. You do not uphold your oath of office. Well, I will tell you this, I will uphold mine. I will vote to impeach Donald Trump. I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 767, the previous question is ordered on the resolution as amended. The question of adoption of the resolution as amended shall be divided between the two articles. The question now occurs on the adoption of Article 1. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Georgia.
Speaker, I need the ayes and nays on that vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Hi everyone, I'm Elaine Quijano. We are watching a historic moment in the United States House of Representatives. For just the third time in American history, lawmakers are voting on whether to impeach a president. Debate has been going on for hours over two articles, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, stemming from allegations that President Trump pressured Ukraine to investigate a political rival, enlisting foreign interference in a U.S. election. The vote is happening now electronically on the first article. It is expected to be along party lines. Let's bring into this conversation on set here Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, and Molly Hooper. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Molly is a CBSN political contributor. Welcome to all of you. Molly, let's start with you. Describe for us what we are going to be seeing here take place. You have 2 articles of impeachment. How long is this expected to take? Could there be a roll call vote?
Well, there won't necessarily be a roll call vote, but if you notice all the members, and I'm going to point to the screen that I can see, going to the well of the House and they're picking up cards. One is a red card for no, the other is a green card for yes. I have a feeling that the Democrats are casting their vote electronically because when you write down your name on that red card, what will happen at the end of the vote, as soon as it's about to be gaveled out, the clerk will generally read off every name who voted against it, as opposed to just turning around and looking up at the magical electronic voting board that's visible in the gallery and in the House, but not to everyone else, essentially.
Right.
So I've noticed a lot of Republicans are doing that. And again, I believe that is because they want their names read off. And it will take longer for this process to go on. But it is definitely different than, say, what some Republicans have been calling for, which would be a true roll call vote where you actually stand and say your vote, sort of like on the first day of each Congress when the members vote for the speaker. So that didn't happen, but this might be one more little delay, a magic voting minute, if you will.
And remind us of the numbers here. What are we looking for?
216 votes. 216 votes will win the day, so to speak. So if there are 216 members who vote for the first article of impeachment on abuse of power, then they have that. The president has been impeached on that. Same thing for the next article. 216 is the magic number. And that is because currently there's 4 vacancies in the House due to several resignations, and Elijah Cummings recently passed away. So there's 4 openings, and what you need is a majority of those members voting and present, which would be 216.
All right. So we know that even as this is taking place in Washington, President Trump, meantime, has taken the stage, and we want to show you in Battle Creek, Michigan at the Kellogg Arena. Before thousands of supporters, the president is in fact addressing his supporters now. We know that he is expected to address impeachment. We are keeping an ear on this, and if you wanted to watch this, we should tell you that it's available at cbsnews.com/Trump rally. But once he begins speaking about impeachment, we will bring that into our conversation as well and take a listen to that. But in the meantime, let me turn to our strategist here on set. Antoine, I want to get, first of all, your take. There was a lot of talk about these 31 Democrats who are from districts that President Trump carried in 2016, and almost all of them are supporting impeachment. What is it that they have been weighing up until this vote?
You asked Molly the question, what are we going to see? We're going to see men and women fulfill the duty and responsibility that they swore into when they were elected, whenever it was they were elected. And at the end of the day, this is about putting country first, putting country above politics, putting the oath of office above everything else. We would not be in this posture, and these members would not be in this posture had it not been for that famous phone call asking Ukraine leader to dig up dirt on Donald Trump's political opponent, and without the withholding of funding, needed funding that the Ukraine government needed by the President of the United States. So you're going to see those members fulfill their duties and responsibilities.
So, Antoine, as you've been speaking, my producer tells me that we just saw Jeff Van Drew, Democrat of New Jersey, vote against, as expected, the articles of impeachment, as he said he was going to. And Molly, remind us, he is expected to actually switch political parties, isn't he?
Yes, and Van Drew represents a district that was once held by Frank Lobiondo in New Jersey. It's more of a Republican-leaning district, and actually the strategists can speak to that a little bit better.
Yeah.
But Jeff Van Drew did announce that he was going to do it. He was taking a lot of heat back home in his district when he announced that he would support he would vote against the articles of impeachment. So he was taking a lot of heat from the Democratic Party in that area.
Yeah, what kind of pressure was he facing?
Well, he has repeatedly, I think, sinned against his democratic values. And so while people make a big to-do and think this is all about an impeachment vote, I'll remind them that he would have not survived the primary. Take away this impeachment vote because of some previous votes and positions he's taken against his own party and caucus. And while there are other swing members who have not always voted with the caucus, they have not been in the same posture position as the gentleman from New Jersey. And so while Republicans want to claim victory, I don't think they can claim victory and act as if it was about impeachment. This was about other votes and his political behavior before now. I think this was just an additional thing that really just turned the water cup over.
So I hear what you're saying, Antoine. Let me turn to you, Leslie. You know, that nuance may be lost them in a national conversation in which Republicans will point to Andrew, I'm guessing, and say, here is an example of how the only vote in this that was bipartisan was to vote against the articles of impeachment.
Sure, and it's very convenient to say that it's just local politics as opposed to voting their conscience when they're voting with Republicans. I mean, that just kind of shows you how far we've removed and how hypocritical that argument is. You also have Representative Golden, I guess, who's going to split his vote. He's going to vote for one of the articles. He's a Democrat in one of those districts that Trump is very strong in. That's another case for that. But here or there, you're exactly right on that point, that the only bipartisanship you're seeing is Democrats moving over with Republicans to oppose this. You're not seeing this kind of consensus building. We dramatically talk about you need during impeachment. And, I know we've heard a lot of speeches and hours, but wow, it's been an exhaustive 7 weeks. We're all so tired. And we are tired from hearing the loop of talking points that go round and round, but put it in context. Historically, when you had Bill Clinton's investigations went on for 19 months by a special counsel, Ken Starr. You had Nixon that went on for 2 years, more than 2 years to get to the point.
And you also had Mueller that didn't come to anything, but that was a 2-year investigation.
This is why the American public's not on board. And you can dislike where the president is, but this is why half of the country is not on board. More than half is not on board with respect to this, is because it's so partisan, run by basically the Schiff impeachment and a bunch of news articles that they want to vote on and now send over to the Senate.
Go ahead, Antoine.
Well, I think half the country is on board, and that says a lot because that's totally different from where the Clinton era of impeachment is or was. Number two, I think Republicans want to ignore what realities that Donald Trump admitted to himself. In my neighborhood, we call it receipts. The president admitted on tape at the White House front lawn that he was proud of his actions. His chief of staff from South Carolina, Mick Mulvaney, admitted, called it part of the process. So the things that he's been impeached for are things he admitted to. Now, you can talk about having a third-party witness, but Donald Trump's DOJ and his Attorney General Barr, who we know is a partisan hack, is not going to do the right thing in the name of upholding his office for doing what's right in the best interest of the American people. If so, he would have demonstrated that before. In fact, this process was kicked to the AG's office by his Inspector General, and that's how we got to this point from the whistleblower.
Let's be fair. I think we start going down a dangerous road, a slippery slope. We're trying to instill further distrust into DOJ and our public and private institutions. That's kind of how we got to this point to begin with. If nobody can trust some sort of, if you can't trust the Department of Justice, and Republicans have a lot of problems with the FBI right now, and FISA courts came back and pushed back on them too. There's a healthy degree of skepticism with my friend here, but I don't say just because the head that automatically we can discount them. Republicans tried that. Think about how many AGs the Republicans didn't like, but we never went down a road where we said we didn't trust their actions.
Go ahead. A few times maybe we got close.
If I remember correctly, I think Congress held Eric Holder in contempt of court. In contempt of court. In contempt of Congress. Yeah. Which has a lot of teeth.
Right. Yes. So I want to remind people, though, the political landscape with which this vote is happening. You have a great deal of division, right? And the question was, is the needle going to move in one way or the other over the course of this impeachment inquiry? So our latest CBS News poll showed that if President Trump is impeached, this is what Americans said the Senate should convict and remove him. 42% of Americans said that. But then you had a combined 42% saying either not convict him or not hold a trial at all, Molly. So you look at that, very divisive landscape. And for senators now, even Republicans, right, who don't appear to be particularly fond of this exercise. Nevertheless, I wonder, you look at someone like a Mitt Romney or a Susan Collins or a Lisa Murkowski. What are you looking at there as this inevitably likely, as all indications are, going to be moving over to the Senate for trial?
Well, you look at those Republicans who have voiced concern before, because really what's going on right now between the House and the Senate is setting up the rules of this trial that would happen in the Senate. And essentially whether witnesses will be called before the Senate, whether they'll take depositions, whether they're setting up all the procedures. And unlike a vote to convict or remove a president, which requires 2/3, votes for these rules requires 51 senators. And if Chuck Schumer, the minority leader over in the Senate, he can get 4 skeptical Republicans to agree to call certain witnesses like Mick Mulvaney, Mike Pompeo, John Bolton. If he can get them to vote on certain rules that would benefit Democrats' case, well, that could possibly sway public opinion. I don't want to forecast that, but hearing directly from the individuals who spoke to the president about these actions regarding Ukraine is something that we haven't heard thus far. We've heard a lot of presumption from Gordon Sondland and these other individuals, but in terms of an individual like John Bolton, who is the national security advisor, who quote unquote did not want any part of this drug deal, to quote his former aide Fiona Hill, what conversation did he have with the president about it? We don't know, because we haven't been able to talk to him.
And you use the word skeptical, but why can't it just be individuals who want to see a fair and balanced process? My dear friend, who I love to death, always reminds me this process was so partisan. Well, the Senate has a prime opportunity to have a fair trial. But at the end of the day, my senior senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, before this process even started, said he had no interest in entertaining whatever came from the House. He was not even going to pretend. Leader McConnell was very clear that he's working hand in hand with the White House to move expediently to get this done in the name of partisanship. So, will Republicans step up to the plate and do what history probably suggests they should do? I seriously doubt it. So you can't paint this as the Democrats want to run this partisan game with a partisan ball down the field.
I wasn't saying that it was.
I'm not you.
Because I was just saying that's kind of the dynamics of what's going on right now.
By the way, we're keeping an eye on this clock here and the totals. You see, Amalia, again, that number was 216, right?
216.
All right, so a minute and a half
Another
or so.
Democrat is, and I have a feeling that was Colin Peterson. He's a long-time Democrat from Minnesota, and he has often voted actually against his party when it comes to these issues like, say, Obamacare, on major issues, cap and trade back in 2009, 2010. And just to go to one point, going back to the Jeff Andrew, it's not unprecedented for a member of the majority party to switch parties and join the minority. Parker Griffith did it from Alabama in his first term in Congress when President Obama was the president, and Obamacare came up, a cap and trade but he lost in 2010. The year that the Republicans incidentally took back the majority in the House of Representatives. So it's a risky move. It's
not clear it's going to pay off for
Exactly. For Republicans who did impeachment in 1998, we always point out to 2 years later, many of them, at least the impeachment managers, were either primaried or lost in their general election. So it's a very high political price to have this high level profile. And so that, that's certainly part of that. And we've seen so much of what we talk about, that political theater today. I don't want to repeat all the talking points. I mean, they just went around and around on every network, out of every Republican and Democrat, and people are tired of that. But let's look in the context of the political question that you're asking. There is no guarantee, Republican or Democrat, this is going to behoove a party. You can't say, you're going to win on this. And I think for those cooling senators, the Senate being that cooling mechanism, the senators who are questioning the president's unorthodox approach, the Mitt Romney, we talk about Collins, we talk about them. I think they want to see this process be fair, at least fairer than it was in the House. But I don't see an appetite to elongate the process or to rush and do what the House did in 7 weeks, try to kind of push America into the idea of believing that removal of the president is the right antidote for this call, especially with the last one being that you had over 100 senators voting one way or another over 3 different votes of Democrat House members voted one way or the other over 3 different votes to impeach the president before the July call. So there was already an appetite amongst Democrats. It's not moving to consensus.
So I just want to point out here that time has run out on this first article, and you see that number now, 222, crossing that threshold of 216, Molly, that we talked about.
I noticed that Speaker Pelosi is actually in the chair presiding over the House.
Tell us about that.
Well, it's not something you normally do. I mean, as Speaker of the House, even though you'd think that's what one does, but typically on bigger votes such as this, obviously, this is a very solemn vote. The Speaker does ascend to the presiding officer role, and she's there right now. I would just caution that I never really call a vote until it's been gavelled out, because just in case, because sometimes there's those 3-hour votes. If you're
yes. Go ahead, Antoine.
These moments sometimes the nerve center gets missed, and I have to give a shout out and give a huge congratulations to my leader, Whip Platinum, because it is the Whip's responsibility to deliver the votes for big bills like this, and he had to work magic
Was there a question?
to get these freshman members who are in these swing districts to come on board to vote with the caucus. And you have to give respect for that. You have to give him respect for his leadership. You also have to give the leadership of the entire caucus credit for laying the foundation to give them the will to get on board with this vote, because it's a conscious vote, a very historic vote, and it's not an easy one. I spoke to several of those members directly. It is not an easy place for them to get to. And in the end, this was about really national security and stopping another foreign entity from playing in our political elections, as happened in 2016.
So our Rebecca Kaplan, CBS News Capitol Hill producer, tells us that Speaker Pelosi, as Molly has pointed out, who rarely casts votes in the chamber, has cast a yes vote on Article 1. So clearly intending, Molly, to send a message here about the importance of this particular moment.
Exactly. It's so odd to think that the Speaker of the House, well, technically, I guess it's not that odd, because the Speaker of the House does not have to actually be a member of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're not a member of Congress, you don't vote. But traditionally, the Speaker of the House does not vote on your everyday legislation. But again, as you're saying, on key measures and resolutions like this, articles of impeachment, the Speaker will weigh in. Again, I point back to the financial bailout, the Obamacare, cap and trade, some major legislation over the past few years. The Speaker does weigh in on those items that are of national import.
All right, and as we continue to keep our eye there on the House, we're also watching what's happening in Battle Creek, Michigan. That is where President Trump is holding a rally with thousands of supporters there. Michigan, by the way, in that particular area, Battle Creek, is the congressional district of Representative Justin Amash, which is an interesting point, Molly, because remind us of Justin Amash and his particular stance on impeachment and what happened as a result of that.
Well, Justin Amash was a Republican for a long time. He was elected in that class in, 2014. I'm getting my classes mixed up. And came into power with the House Republicans. He was a major member of, he was a part of the Freedom Caucus, but he was kind of this libertarian caucus, and until this point had been, again, pretty much an ardent Republican. But, given what he read in the Mueller report and the way that the Republicans were responding to what Mueller found, especially when it came to obstruction of justice, Justin Amash said, I can no longer be a member of this party. And so he left the party and became an independent. And it was interesting, today on the floor, he was able to speak. There were about 200, a little bit more than 200 members did speak today during debate. But Adam Schiff, who was in control of the time, who was in control of the debate time for Democrats, is the one who gave Justin Amash time to speak. It wasn't the Republicans who gave him that time.
Right. So it's just an interesting sort of inside look at what that kind of mechanics was, and the fact that you have President Trump in that district now, I think is certainly worth noting. So we're going to continue to watch here on the floor of the House. But I wonder, Leslie, how much you think that President Trump was hoping for at least a few more Democratic defections. We had heard about, as we've talked about, Jeff Van Drew and a couple of other folks, but it really seemed, particularly with that letter, the scathing letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, that perhaps he was even trying to see if there was any room to pull some more Democrats away from the party.
It's hard to imagine. It's always hard to talk about, kind of what the president is thinking in his approach. But, the traditional consultants are not really in the room in that sense. But I say that a little tongue in cheek. The president is effective at shifting the narrative on that. He wants to be recorded in context. It was like a live tweet, but in the form of a 6-page letter, right? And to its efficacy, it's really hard to say where that is. Again, I think once we look back, we're going to look at a couple things. I always compare this to the historical context. 7 weeks of this brutal, very quick rush to impeachment, and the president's approval ratings, so people talk about how low they are still higher than President Obama at this point in his administration by a couple of points. He's really 1 point away, according to Gallup, from his highest approval rating since April, of 2019. And aside from that, today also came out that his economic approval rating is the highest it's ever been all year. So the economy is the backdrop to this, and then you compound that with the rush to judgment on impeachment on a partisan level. That's why I think it's going to get that cooling effect, and really we're going to all shift gears from 2020 to the presidential.
So several things. I don't know if there's some magic timeline that would have pleased anyone in the Republican Party. Because had we drug this out into next year, the argument would have been, we're too close to the election, why should we do this? I think the House has everything they need to make the decision that they made. The Republicans had input in this process, 47 members from day one. Number two, I think what Democrats have demonstrated is our ability, as I wrote in an op-ed piece several months ago, to legislate and investigate, hold this president accountable, but also do the people's business. That's why those 400 plus bills are sitting in McConnell's graveyard with no legislative action by the Republican-controlled Senate. We're going to do a trade bill. We did a government funding bill. We did a lower prescription drug. All the things that Democrats promised in 2018, we've delivered, as well as hold this president accountable for his actions. And so that's why I feel good going into 2018. A record number of Republicans are not seeking re-election to the Congress. Democrats have outraised the Republicans from a congressional standpoint. And so at the end of the day, I think the American people are singing very loud and clear about what they see going on in the Congress.
So, Molly, as Antoine was speaking, I was told that Representative Tulsi Gabbard has voted present.
I was wondering who voted present, and I thought it might be Tulsi Gabbard.
So
That's funny.
what might explain that?
What good question.
I mean, do we have a sense of what's behind that?
She's kind of an enigma.
Yeah.
Up on Capitol
It's
Hill.
not clear.
It's not clear. She'd been sort of dancing around how she would vote on the matter. I mean, hey, and if you want to become president of the United States, and potentially you could be impeached for depending on where you stand on this issue, not a lot of facts, who knows? But by voting present, essentially it takes her vote out of the equation and the number needed for a majority, which doesn't really matter because it looks like the Democrats will have this one. But yes, I was wondering if that was Tulsi Gabbard, because again, she has not been saying how she would vote and has been on the campaign trail dancing around it. But maybe Antoine has more insight.
She didn't show up earlier today. That was the topic of conversation. Right. And I'm not surprised at her vote, because she's been kind of on the outside of the caucus on many things, or the party as a whole. I mean, look, we've had Democrats accuse her of being a Russian agent during the course of the campaign trip. So I'm not surprised. I'm not saying it's right, but she's been accused of that. She has cuddled and played footsie with some of the positions that some of our adversaries, like the Russians, take. And so I'm not shocked at all.
Yeah, they're not comfortable that she met with Bashar Assad, the Syrian president. They just aren't.
I mean, something that's continued to be an issue that's followed her. Let's go ahead and take you back to the floor. I believe House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is just counting.
On this vote, the yeas are 230, the nays are 197, present is 1. Article 1 is adopted. The question is on adoption of Article 2. The question is on the adoption of Article 2. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? For what purpose?
I ask for, Madam Speaker, I ask
For
for a
what
roll,
purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will so rise. That will be in order. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. It is a 5-minute vote.
All right, so you heard there from Speaker Pelosi a 5-minute vote on the second article of impeachment, obstruction of Congress. But that count once again on Article 1, abuse of power, 230 yeas, 197 nays, 1 voting present. So Molly, at this point, we were talking earlier about what it is that the Senate may or may not do. Tell us what happens if, as expected, the second article of impeachment is actually approved.
Well, then what happens is the House Democrats, the Democrats, will determine who is going to represent the House as managers, essentially the prosecutors for the House to make this case over in the Senate. And at that point, when the House votes on those managers, they essentially are sending the articles of impeachment to the Senate. Because until then, the articles are still stuck in the House, because guess what? Nobody's there to manage it, right? So there's been some chatter.
Yeah, do we know? Do we have a sense of who that is?
Some chatter, and maybe Antoine could speak to it better, but I guess Lawrence Tribe, earlier this week, penned an op-ed in the Washington Post, Harvard law professor, saying that why don't the Democrats in the House just hold on to those articles until they can agree with the Senate on a fair trial.
To delay the
process, to make sure that Mitch McConnell and Republicans and the president don't necessarily railroad this through, like essentially the senior senator from South Carolina had said, I have no interest in dealing with this. We're going to get it over. We're going to go too quick. Moving on. Democrats in the House say, no, that's not fair. These articles need to be heard, and it needs to be a fair trial. And so Lawrence Tribe had been making this argument, and several Democrats have been referring to that, kind of whispering among themselves, hey, maybe this is an idea. Maybe let's hold on to the managers. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a little problem with that, because Mitch McConnell is not going to vote on the trade deal until after the impeachment.
The USMCA.
The USMCA.
And why does that matter?
That matters because it's a big deal for those 31 Democrats who represent Trump-won districts.
And to the Republicans.
And, well, of course, to the Republicans. That's a very big deal. But Democrats need something to take home. Those moderate Democrats need something to take home. And that's why it's one of the reasons I'm told by Republicans and Democrats, Nancy Pelosi did not hold that vote until tomorrow, because she wants to leave her members with something to go home with. But they can't really go home with it until the Senate approves it.
Well, I disagree a little bit, because the House has done its job, like on everything else, like when it comes to lower prescription drug pricing. It's the Republicans and the president said that Trump agreed that he's going to veto the prescription drug bill.
He's going to sign the trade deal.
But what I'm saying is, the House Democrats have done their job and passed it to the Senate. So they have a body of work to take back to their constituents to say, we've done our job. Now the Senate and the president has not done their job.
They can do their job, and if it's not law, it hasn't been done.
Well,
I mean, that's the argument.
But they delivered on what they said they were
Trust me,
going to
House
do.
Republicans made that argument. They sent as many bills or more to a Republican-held Senate,
But
and they still didn't get it done.
get passed there. Yeah.
But so we passed from the House, we passed the Senate. Who gets credit? Democrats and Republicans. So what I'm saying is, Democrats can actually say, we did our job. This is why you need to vote out McConnell. Make McConnell the boogeyman, as Republicans have done for years for Pelosi.
But that's not going to help their farmers and people in their district, right?
Let me ask the Republican at the table here.
This is going well.
If you're Mitch McConnell, right? I mean, what is the actual, when you're dealing with the president, for instance, who wants to have witnesses to say that he did nothing wrong, who, as has been reported, does vary a bit from what the majority leader wants, which is, as Molly pointed out, just kind of push this thing right on through, whereas the president very much sounds like he doesn't. He wants to have those witnesses to tell the American people that there was nothing wrong in his actions towards Ukraine.
Sure, and the president's trying to kind of soft pedal back on some of that, saying he's listening to individuals now. The president can say whatever he likes. This is what I like about a separate branch of government, but McConnell is the head here, and he can determine what the Senate wants to do. Of course, and there's so much made about kind of the conversations between White House counsel and leadership on the Senate side, and that's not unusual.
What's McConnell weighing?
Well, he's weighed a couple things. There, a lot of people don't believe, Republicans particularly believe, this 7-week rush to impeachment did not give the country enough time to move along. And I keep going back to this. I was on the phone with a Republican member today who said this is like the Democrats crying wolf. So if something does come up in the future that merits, they felt that I wrote this down, that it was such a flawed process that it didn't rise to the level of impeachment. But should it happen, even under this president, like they always kind of hold that with Trump, these are particular members, they've cried wolf so many times that they can't exercise that. Whether there's merit to that argument or not, I think what McConnell's saying is that it's seen as such a hyperpartisan thing. We don't need to legitimize it. That's what Lindsey Graham is saying in the Senate. And he's not here to do the House's work for them. Right.
And also, what are these witnesses going to say? Who knows what Mike Pompeo is going to say? If you're under oath and you have the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court over there presiding over the chamber in a trial for the president, you're going to tell the truth, at least one would say.
No, well, of course you want them to tell the truth. There's going to have to be executive privilege. All of these things could have been worked out in the House side, or at least taken to the fullest level. It would have taken more time. Democrats didn't want to do that. They want to rush to this judgment, and that's why you can't expect the Senate to clean up what they didn't get right in the House. This is how it's viewed.
So it sounds like Chuck Schumer, the minority leader, Molly, has been looking at perhaps ways to kind of maybe stretch things out a little bit on the Senate side.
You know, and I don't even know if it's necessarily stretching things out. It's more a matter of hearing from these individuals who had firsthand knowledge and conversations with the president, like a Mick Mulvaney, the chief of staff. That one might be a little tricky because when you're the chief of staff, there is that executive privilege issue. But what about John Bolton? He was the national security advisor. Again, he's referenced in this testimony and whatnot. And hearing from those people directly, it could go both ways. But if you're looking for a smoking gun, you have somebody on tape. I mean, remember Bill Clinton? I did not have relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. And the Nixon tapes, you had those because the Supreme Court ordered them to be handed over to the House in full. That was a Supreme Court order. And so where, you know, Republicans, some moderates were kind of just like, give us something that we can support because right now we don't have a smoking gun, so to speak.
So Molly, as we continue to speak of those numbers there at the bottom that we're paying attention to, obviously subject to change, like you said, so we're going to be very cautious about that, but we're keeping an eye on that. It's interesting to note 3 Democratic nays on that. So Jeff Van Drew, presumably, and who are the other 2?
Colin Peterson and Jared Golden, as Leslie was saying earlier.
Right.
He was going to
split his decision.
vote, and this is for the abuse of Congress issue.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back
Obstruction of Congress.
Obstruction of Congress.
It's been a long time.
But that goes to the issue that Leslie was discussing in that the feel that this had been rushed and that the issues hadn't been litigated to their fullest, like the Supreme Court ordering the Nixon tapes turned over to the House. Again, Republicans, they decried the process. I don't know how many arguments they made in favor of or to defend the president, but they were able to hammer Democrats on the process, in particular, dropping the subpoena for John Bolton and Charles Kupperman, former Deputy National Security Advisor, individuals who would have that firsthand knowledge and conversations with President Trump.
Yeah, Antonio,
can we just be honest about something here? There is not one thing that Donald Trump can and will do that Republicans will call him out and say he did something wrong. Again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I'm going to repeat this as much as I can. He admitted what he did. His chief of staff admitted. We had his personal attorney who went again to the Ukraine just a few days ago and essentially was doing the same thing. And Trump called him while he was on the runway. He testified or said on a news program just a day or so ago, the ambassador was in his way of doing his investigative work. So it's not like Trump and his supporters are pretending. that they are pretending about what they're doing. They're open about it. They're arrogant about it. And at the end of the day, we're sitting here debating whether he did something right or wrong and criticizing the Democrats for holding him accountable. I think it was said at some point by one of the scholars, if this is not impeachable, then what is?
There is a lie. There is half the country that believes that and half the country that doesn't.
And if you have John Bolton saying, President, and this is not John Bolton, he did not say this, we all know. But if you had somebody like John Bolton saying, oh yeah, President Trump told me to specifically to withhold that military aid unless there's an announcement by Ukraine about the Biden investigation. Now that is a different story because that's a direct order from the president that somebody can say, but barring that.
This is where they're saying you can't pull the president, they're pulling him through impeachment right now, but you can't remove a president for hearsay, opinion, and speculation. So no matter how hard you try or how much they wring their hands or, dress for this political theater, there still is a process you have to hold.
So I just want to point out, our Ed O'Keefe is noting that text just went out to President Trump's supporters immediately after Article 1 was approved, saying this, and we're going to show our viewers there. This is the message that supporters received. President Trump then just voted to impeach. I just stepped off Air Force One for the rally and want the list of all donors in the next hour. Donate for a 3-time match. So, interesting strategy here, Leslie, looking at this as a fundraising issue. And I saw an earlier email that went out from the campaign calling this an impeachment war, using that term war. This was an earlier email, as I said. I'll just read part of it. It said, there's never been a more critical time to show where you stand. Remember, this is war, and America's future depends on us winning. So how much of a winning issue is this
tremendously
issue?
powerful at raising money. Tremendously powerful. You could argue it's powerful on both sides. For the president particularly, this is really the call to arms. But this, and it reminds me so much of the way the president communicated with this populist movement when he was telling people don't participate in exit polls. Don't tell people where you're voting. They listen and they activate and they move. And this isn't just a portion of the country. There's really a base that feels that this is not the way. I think of the speech of Congressman Tom Cole, who's chair of the ranking member of the Rules Committee, and it was just a very reasonable approach, a very respectful approach, harkens back to, how Republicans and Democrats work together. And he's saying, you're not giving us what we need to move forward. So on one side, if you're in the middle, you're like, something's askew with the process. If you're somebody who already believes the process is so partisan, oh no, the president's under attack. But this is why you capture so much of that soft middle. And that is the part that really is looking at this process saying, wow, I don't want anything hyper-political. That's why they want, checks and balances in government. You don't want it so extreme, even though that is what we have. If that makes sense.
I agree with you.
We agree.
I agree that the president is going to use this as a weapon of political destruction next year and for days and months to come, as well as it's going to be in a real way an energizer for the Democratic base. So then the fight becomes for the squirky middle, those people who can go back and forth any given day of the week, and those people usually fall on the line of policy and delivery. That's where the real fight is going to be. But I want to go back to one point, Leslie. The argument for the Republicans has been Donald Trump cares about corruption in the Ukraine. He cared about what was going on with Hunter Biden. Well, Donald Trump has been the president for 3 years. Year 1, he gave the Ukrainians the funding they needed. Year 2, it was year 3 when Joe Biden became his most credible political threat for next year. Is when we really got into this mix of him wanting to do work in the Ukraine. That's where most reasonable people would agree that this is a political thing for him. And the fact of the matter is, there was an interview with George Stephanopoulos in which the president said he would welcome foreign interference from another country. Well, you and I both know, because we agree on this, that we can't go down that road as Americans. That's dangerous. That's a threat to our democracy. And I think that is what Democrats are saying. This is not about undoing 2016. This is about future elections that will come after Donald Trump.
Incidentally, Republicans would argue, having listened to things, that this year in particular, there had been a new president elected at that time. What was it, in late March or April?
Yeah.
At the point, days after Ukraine had been approved for like their anti-corruption stuff. And so Republicans have argued, well, the reason that the aid was stopped was because there's this new administration. And I'm not saying that that's why, but they would point to that. And again, it's like I've heard some moderate Republicans just say, give us more evidence that they're, that the president directed this, not using the words quid pro quo, but essentially told somebody.
She's 100% right. It's evidence, facts, people that have firsthand knowledge of this. Witnesses are not cherry picked. You do have a minority hearing. Like, you have to have full transparency and kind of go overboard in the process, out of an abundance of caution and to ensure that everybody is on board with every step. And they're still going to argue. If you think back to President Clinton, when he was impeached, you had his press secretary go out there. This was the politics of personal destruction, which started this whole
That's right. And yet the Republicans gave the Democrats 3 days worth of essentially witnesses, panels, White House counsel. They had this 19 witnesses that were discussing the history of impeachment, what President Clinton did was not impeachable. Republicans gave that time specifically to the White House and Democrats because they were, again, overabundance of caution. And again, both sides said Democrats, it wasn't fair. But
it's hard to say that this harkens to something more significant than Nixon, let historians and scholars kind of argue that point. I think from a political standpoint, we're not going to move the needle, certainly not tonight, and certainly not with everybody paying attention and has this vote, because they really understood this was not given the opportunity to grow in consensus the way the American public wants to see impeachment. And you can't rush this process.
I don't have as many miles in my engine, respectfully.
We call it wisdom, respect. Wisdom.
However,
I watched a lot of C-SPAN. Old C-SPAN archives.
However, I don't know during the Nixon or Clinton impeachment, I could be wrong, so I'll take criticism I am, where people did not show up for hearings. In this case, you had members who had firsthand knowledge who refused to testify. And my thinking is, and maybe it's just my 34-year-old Southern naiveness, but if you don't have anything to hide, why not show up?
All right, let's go ahead and listen to Speaker Pelosi. Let's go and listen to Speaker Pelosi.
98, present is 1, Article 2 is adopted.
Just like that. And
all right, so I
just like that.
Stepped on it, apologies. But the speaker there saying that the second article, obstruction of Congress, there were 229 yeas, 198 nays, with one member voting present. As expected, those 3 Democrats, Representatives Jeff Van Drew, Colin Peterson, and Jared Golden, were those 3 no votes. Adjourned, we are told, until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Yep. So Molly, tell us about, now you mentioned impeachment managers, right? Yep. Let's talk a little bit about the specifics here. What are the kind of qualities that, the Democrats are going to want in an impeachment manager as this moves on to the Senate for a trial?
Well, first of all, I just want to point to one thing. If after these big votes, the House, whichever side prevails, tends to cheer and applaud. One thing you notice, Nancy Pelosi giving her members that stern look, and you don't want to mess with Nancy Pelosi, because this is not a time to be celebrating. This is not a gleeful time. This is somber and solemn. Mm-hmm. And if you're a member of that caucus and you get that look from Nancy Pelosi, like zip it, right? They zipped it. So now what happens is the qualities you look for in impeachment managers, former prosecutors, individuals who've shown themselves, who've actually done this before, because the House has impeached a number of judges. One of those individuals, Adam Schiff, who has been an impeachment manager for several judges in the past over in the Senate. His name is obviously in the mix. Nadler's name has been in the mix. But you also look for these young, dynamic members. Yeah. And Antoine can maybe speak to that more. But Pramila Jayapal from Washington, who was outspoken. I looked at the Democrats, the first Democrats who spoke in each different allotted time today on the floor. And those individuals, they were up there, possibly Eric Swalwell. Antoine,
What are your thoughts?
I do believe that Nancy Pelosi knows how to count. And I believe that the impeachment managers will reflect the overall posture and mood of the Democratic Party, so they will be diverse. Look for a number of African-American women like the Val Demings of the world, who has experience, law enforcement background.
Incidentally, I think she was one of the only individuals that did receive applause after giving a speech tonight on the floor.
Look for Terry Sewell, who's a hell of a lawyer, who's I thought her stock rose during this time period. Look for some seasoned people like the Adam Schiffs and the Nadlers. Look for voices and faces like that to emerge, but also look for some people advocating for a place to choose their talent. I saw the member from the Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett, in a BuzzFeed article today, insisting that she wants to be an impeachment manager. And so you're going to see really, I think, a mixture of people who want to be in this position, but those who have the skill set and reflect the Democratic Party and what that looks like going forward. Because make no mistake, this is not just about now. This is about the future too.
Exactly. Perhaps Jamie Raskin, who was up in the Rules Committee, essentially he had a very tough task last night, taking the position of arguing for these impeachments these articles of impeachment in front of the Rules Committee, where it's like an appellate court where the members are just kind of cutting you off, asking questions, rapid fire almost. Also, Congresswoman Scanlon, who's the vice chair of the Judiciary Committee, she's just, as she says, I think she says something to the effect of, I was just a soccer mom in Pennsylvania. I'm not one of these individuals who is gunning for the president. And Ted Lieu, he wasn't at the Judiciary Committee markup because he had a stent placed in his heart, but he also has experience with this and has been very outspoken on this issue.
All right, so some names that we'll be watching for. We want to let you know as well that we are waiting for a number of lawmakers to come to the microphones. There is a room where we expect House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, I'm told, shortly, and one would guess the Republicans will be speaking as well. We're told that Adam Schiff will be there as well, but this night continues even as President Trump continues. We should also remind people that rally is still going on in Battle Creek, Michigan. President Trump talking to thousands of his supporters in Battle Creek at the Kellogg Arena there. We are told that he did talk about impeachment. And as I check my email here, I see that the White House has released an official statement on impeachment. And I'm going to pull that up and read from it for you now. This is the official White House statement from the press secretary. Today marks the culmination in the House of one of the most shameful political episodes in the history of our nation. Without receiving a single Republican vote and without providing any proof of wrongdoing, Democrats pushed illegitimate articles of impeachment against the president through the House of Representatives. Democrats have chosen to proceed on this partisan basis in spite of the fact that the president did absolutely nothing wrong. Indeed, recent hearings have proved that he did nothing wrong. So that's just part of that letter. I'll go to the end here and read the last graph. The president is confident the Senate will restore regular order, fairness, and due process, all of which were ignored in the House proceedings. He is prepared for the next steps and confident that he will be fully exonerated. President Trump will continue to work tirelessly to address the needs and priorities of the American people, as he has since the day he took office. So, Leslie Sanchez, let me ask you, what do we know about how the president is preparing? We know that prior to this moment, there were folks brought on to the communications side of things, Pam Bondi, Jim Said, to help with the impeachment messaging. But do we have any specifics on what is actually taking place in preparation for the Senate cut?
The biggest conversation they're having is with communicators on the Senate side. What does this process going to look like? The push and pull that's happening with the White House, and trying to find the right balance in that. For a lot of the reasons you talk about, like this is the president who, is not going to take any accountability or kind of say that he's had any part of that the process is entirely unfair. And he's managed to get a lot of Republican support behind that. He's raising the money behind that. You can't ever ignore where the dollars are coming from. I say that especially when you're having kind of conversations with conference and a lot of leadership, they're looking, President Stewart, incredibly popular, Economy's going extremely well, and they want to get on to the business of moving to 2020 legislatively and for the campaign. So in terms of kind of wrapping this up, I expect it to be accelerated just like it was in the House. And that's kind of where we are.
All right, we want to take you right now to Battle Creek, Michigan, where President Trump is speaking about impeachment. I believe he's addressing this letter that he sent to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Let's listen.
Pouring through. I mean, think of what they do. Sanctuary cities. They love sanctuary cities. You know, they're lousy politicians, but they have one thing, two things. They're vicious. They're the most vicious people. The Republicans aren't as vicious. They may learn to be vicious after going through this stuff. But the other thing, the Democrats always stick together. Now think of it. 3 Democrats went over to our side, no Republicans. It's unheard of. And by the way, this is for 100 years. I'm not just talking about this little point in time. The Republicans are known as it's always harder to stick together. These people are great. We have a great Republican Party, and we have to get that change. We have to take back the House. You'll have the greatest health care ever if we take. And by the way, we had another victory. The individual mandate, just a little while ago, came over the wires. It was just upheld. The individual mandate is now gone, the most unpopular part of Obama. It was just upheld.
You can't win the if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
One more time.
You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
The ones interfering in America's elections. You are the ones subverting America's democracy. We did nothing wrong, nothing whatsoever. This was just an excuse. You are the ones obstructing justice. You are the ones bringing pain and suffering to our republic for your own selfish, personal, political, and partisan gain. They're bringing pain. The work we could be doing on lowering drug prices, on getting rid of these horrible, horrible situations. You know, in the border, the woman is okay. She's okay? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I mean, some of these people are waiting here for 3 days, right? Thank you. They'll come back. Come back. Thank you. Merry Christmas is true. But what they've done with this perversion, it's perversion. And when you watch some of these people get up and speak today, they don't even live. Oh, you have violated the Constitution. Well, what has he done wrong? Well, we don't know that. They don't even have any crime. This is the first impeachment where there's no crime. I say, tell me what I did, please. Well, we don't know. You violated the Constitution. You had Turley, who's smart, Alan Dershowitz, these guys, all of them. They say there's no crime. There's no crime, all right? There's no crime. I'm the first person to ever get impeached and there's no crime. I feel guilty. You know what they call it? Impeachment light. It's impeachment light. That's why, you know, with Richard Nixon, I just see it as a very dark era. Very dark, very old. You don't even like to think. I don't know about you, but I'm having a good time. It's crazy. But I also know we have a great group of people behind us in the Republican Party. We really do. Maybe I wouldn't feel the same way, but we have a great group of people behind us. We had it in the House and we have it in the Senate. They're doing a great job. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried because it's always good. When you don't do anything wrong, you get impeached. That may be a record that will last forever. But you know what they have done? They've cheapened the impeachment process. And now anybody that becomes, you know, this is a sacred position. Anybody that becomes president, I mean, they could have a phone call and they get impeached. So if the Republicans, if you had a Democrat as president, we have a Republican House, they don't like the guy for whatever reason or the woman, they impeach the person. It's cheapened it. It's exactly.
All right, we're taking you back to Capitol Hill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, along with Democratic leaders there, is ready to speak to reporters. Let's go ahead and listen.
A great day for the Constitution of the United States. A sad one for America that the president's reckless activities necessitated us, our having to introduce articles of impeachment. May I thank our 6 chairs who for a long period of time have been legislating, investigating, and litigating. Today that came to a culmination on the floor of the House with the Judiciary Committee under the leadership of Jerry Nadler of New York and the Intelligence Committee under the leadership of Adam Schiff of California brought the articles of impeachment to the floor to a conclusion where they have passed. I thank them for their tremendous leadership. I thank Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California, Richie of the Financial Services Committee, Richie Neal of Massachusetts, the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Carolyn Maloney, the chair of the Government Oversight Committee, and of course Adam Schiff, the chair of the Intelligence Committee, for their great work over a period of time. I just want to say before yielding to the chairman that I could not be prouder or more inspired than by the moral courage of the House Democrats. We never asked one of them how they were going to vote. We never whipped this vote. We saw the vote. Well, you saw the public statements that some of them made. We saw the result when everyone else did. The statements on the floor about patriotism and about being very true to the vision of our founders. And so I view this day, this vote, as something that we did to honor the vision of our founders to establish a republic, the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform to defend our democracy and that republic, and the aspirations of our children that they will always live in a democracy, and that we have tried to do everything we can to make sure that that is their reality. We'll hear from our chairman, and then we'll take 3 questions. I'm now honored to yield with great appreciation and respect to the distinguished chair of the Judiciary Committee, Chairman Nadler.
Thank you. The framers reserved the power of impeachment for the gravest offenses against our Constitution, against our liberty, and against our democratic institutions. President Trump used the powers of his office for his own personal political gain to the detriment of the national security interests of the United States. That is the very definition of an impeachable offense. When Congress began to investigate President Trump's wrongdoing, he engaged in an unprecedented pattern of obstruction. That, too, is why the impeachment power exists. A president who subverts both our elections and our constitutional system of checks and balances puts himself above the law, and it is Congress' duty to hold the president, any president, accountable. It gives us no pleasure to stand here today, but President Trump's conduct has put our next election at risk. President Trump's behavior puts the integrity of our constitutional order at risk, and President Trump's continued actions put the rule of law at risk. The framers gave us the power of impeachment for exactly this reason, and in fulfillment of our oath and obligation to the American people, today we took action to hold President Trump accountable for the serious and undisputed risk he poses to our free and fair elections and to the separation of powers that safeguards our liberty. A president must not be allowed to become a dictator. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Schiff, my fellow investigative chairs, and all of my colleagues who today defended the principles upon which our nation was established. Today, the House of Representatives did its constitutional duty. Today, we lived up to our responsibility to the American people by taking action to defend our national security, to preserve our democratic elections, and to show that no one, not even the president, is above the law. I'm now happy to introduce the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff.
The President of the United States has been impeached for now only the third time in history. The President of the United States should be tried. And the question is now whether Senator McConnell will allow a fair trial in the Senate, whether the majority leader will allow a trial that involves witnesses and testimony and documents, a trial that should be fair to the president, yes, but should be fair also to the American people. The American people want to hear from people like John Bolton. The American people want to hear from people like Mick Mulvaney. The American people want to see what's in those documents that the president has been hiding at the State Department, in the Office of Management and Budget, in the White House itself. We have done our duty here in the House. We have upheld the Constitution. We have done as the framers would have us do when a president abuses his office and obstructs a co-equal branch of government. The question now is, will the Senate uphold its duty? Will the senators uphold their oath? Do the senators want to hear from the witnesses? Do they want a real trial? We have to hope that they do. The reason we undertook this extraordinary step is because the president not only abused his office, but threatens to abuse it again, threatens to interfere again by inviting foreign interference in our election. The remedy isn't complete as long as the president is free to continue to invite foreign interference in our affairs. I just want to close by thanking the Speaker for guiding the Congress through this tumultuous time. There's no one, I think, who could have guided the Congress with a steadier hand or with more insight and intellect than the Speaker of the House. And I also want to thank my colleagues, in particular, so many new members of the House who have displayed such courage, who have shown that they truly have the courage of their convictions. Thank you.
Just want to add that one person who isn't with us physically in this room, but I know was present all day for the deliberations, our chair of the Government Reform, our Oversight Committee chair, our North Star, Eliza Cummings. She said, when the history books are written about this tumultuous era, I want them to show that I was among those in the House of Representatives who stood up to lawlessness and tyranny. He also said, somewhat presciently, when we're dancing with the angels, the question will be, what did you do to make sure we kept our democracy intact? We did all we could, Elijah. We passed the 2 articles of impeachment. The president is impeached.
Do you view the House's role in this as complete now, or are there steps you might take to try to ensure, as the chairman suggested, a more fair trial in the Senate?
You mean more fair trial than they're contemplating? Because we had a very fair process in the House of Representatives. I would go to our. Let me just put it another way. We have legislation approved by the Rules Committee that will enable us to decide how we will send over the articles of impeachment. We cannot name managers until we see what the process is on the Senate side, and I would hope that that will be soon, as we did with our legislation, our Resolution 660, to describe what the process would be. So far, we haven't seen anything that looks fair to us, so hopefully it will be fair, and when we see what that is, we'll send our managers.
Once it's fair, what would you consider a fair way to send the articles until you understand what the Senate will do?
We'll make a decision as a group, as we always have, as we go along. Well, again, we'll decide what that dynamic is, but we hope that the resolution of that process will be soon in the Senate. Cheryl, did you have one, Cheryl? Did you have a question, Cheryl? Yeah. Well, let me tell you what I don't consider a fair trial. This is what I don't consider a fair trial. That Leader McConnell has stated that he's not an impartial juror, that he's going to take his cues, in quotes, from the White House, and he is working in total coordination with the White House counsel's office. Any comments, my colleague?
Let me just say that obviously Senator McConnell, by that declaration, has said that he is so, as in effect, the foreman of the jury is working with the defendant's counsel. That's not fair. We'll have to see what else, but that's certainly an indication of an intention to have an unfair trial.
I'd like to see a trial look, it's up to the senators to make their own decision, working together, hopefully in recognition of their witnesses that the president withheld from us, their documents that the president withheld from us, and we would hope that that information would be available in a trial to go to the next step, because that's another level in terms of conviction in terms of this. But right now, the president is impeached. We're not having that discussion. We have done what we have set out to do. The House has acted on a very sad day to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. To do so in a manner that was fair, even though the other side was mischaracterizing it, nonetheless it was fair and appropriate and urgent. So we will make our decision as to when we're going to send it when we see what they're doing on the Senate side, but that's a decision that we will make jointly. You're starting to act like another country. Don't shout, okay? Who's not going to shout a question? Yes, sir. I'm not going. That would have been our intention, but we'll see what happens over there. That is not. You're asking me, are we all going to go out and play in the snow? That has not been part of our conversation. That has not been part of our conversation. Excuse me, what? I'm sorry, dear. No, I've never raised the prospect. You asked the question. I never raised the prospect. I said we're not sending it tonight because it's difficult to determine who the managers would be until we see the arena in which we will be participating. That's all I said. I never raised the prospect. Well, we'll see when they come forward. It's up to the Senate to say what their rules will be. My colleagues, do you want to say anything about this? Because it is, this is a serious matter. Even though the majority leader in the United States Senate says it's okay for the foreman of the jury to be in cahoots with the lawyers of the accused. That doesn't sound right to us. But let's see when they understand what we have acted. Now they'll understand what their responsibilities are, and we'll see what that is. But I never raised that possibility. No. That's it. Any other comments, anyone? No. But anyway, let me again thank our chairman, all 6 of them, and our darling Elijah. They did a remarkable job. And I think you hopefully will be inspired by the moral courage of our caucus, especially as the distinguished chairman recognized our freshman members who came here, reviewed the facts, understood the Constitution, made their decision, again, to honor their oath of office. We're very proud of them.
All right, we've been listening to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi along with the Democratic chairs of the various House committees. Let's bring in our panel right now. Paula Reed, Siobhan Hughes, Rebecca Royfe, and Molly Hooper. Paula is a CBS News White House correspondent. Siobhan is a Capitol Hill reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Rebecca is a CBSN legal contributor. She's also a former assistant district attorney for the New York County District Attorney's Office. And Molly is a CBSN political contributor. Welcome to all of you. Siobhan, I'm going to start with you and what we just heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It appeared to my ears that she was leaving open the possibility of not sending these articles of impeachment over to the Senate until she has more clarity, is sort of how she described it, on what the Senate trial will look like. Is that what you heard?
I heard the same major news that you heard. Nancy Pelosi said that she couldn't possibly name managers until she saw what the Senate process was going to look like. Senators Schumer and McConnell have not yet met to settle that. Nancy Pelosi, in other words, is putting Mitch McConnell, at least attempting to, in a vice, essentially saying those articles cannot be sent over until she knows what McConnell is going to do, and furthermore, until she knows it's going to be fair. Someone who knows the process told me that until managers are named, articles can't be sent up because technically there is no manager to present the charges and say, I would like a trial. So to me, I heard what you heard. That is a full hold right now.
I mean, Molly, it is the reality, though, the clock is ticking. These members were supposed to go home, and you and I were talking earlier in the evening about how the USMCA trade deal is going to be a bit of business that these lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, were looking forward to bringing back to their home district as evidence that the business of Congress was still moving forward, even as impeachment was happening.
Well, that's right. And Siobhan may be able to speak to this a little bit better, but from what I understand, Mitch McConnell has said he's not going to vote on the trade deal until after the Senate holds its impeachment trial, which essentially puts that vice right back on Nancy Pelosi, because it's those 31 districts, right, that Trump held. Those districts, those Democrats, they need that trade deal for their workers, their farmers. And it was something, again, like you said, Elaine, and as I've heard from Republican and Democratic lawmakers, it was a win that they could take home to their district to say, okay, we did the impeachment, but look what else we accomplished. We were able to fund the government, national defense authorization, and this big trade deal.
Yeah. So, I mean, Siobhan, I just want to go back to you again. What's your understanding? Because now it sounds as though there's a bit of counter leverage here on the part of, for Mitch McConnell, as he sees this now happening with the speaker. There was this trade deal that was supposed to be voted on, and again, be something, as Molly has pointed out, that was something tangible, a piece of legislation, a done deal that these lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, would be able to bring back and point to as a measure of success and accomplishment.
So to me, this is almost shaping up as a game of chicken, because that trade deal is due to be passed in the House tomorrow. And so Nancy Pelosi can confidently say that she passed a trade deal and it's on you, Mitch McConnell. And then you could see a bit of a blame game ensuing. Although for the Republicans' part, they say, you know what, we don't want to impeach the president anyway, so fine by us if you don't send those articles up.
Interesting. All right. So,
the other thing is that, according to this rule, remember we were talking about the rules that set debate, the parameters of debate for the House floor. It also addresses that essentially after any article of impeachment is adopted, the speaker has as much time as she wants to appoint and authorize managers for the impeachment trial. So, she doesn't even have to do it necessarily this year. She can do it when Congress comes back in January. And perhaps that does happen, because it sounds like if you listen to Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, they're talking past each other and they need to talk to each other. Also, Mitch McConnell needs to take the temperature of Republican senators to find out how aggressive they are willing to get with calling witnesses, because if 4 Republicans say, hey, I think we need to hear from John Bolton, then maybe this becomes a little bit more fair for Democrats.
All right. So meanwhile, Paula, it was quite the split screen moment this evening as the president was in Michigan speaking at a rally as the House was voting to impeach him. What was the president's message to supporters tonight?
Well, Elaine, he told the crowd it certainly doesn't feel like impeachment, and he touted his economic record and the party unity.
So let's break it down. President has been impeached. Currently, it is done. How do you all feel about it? You think this is a mistake? You think this is not a mistake? Do you actually think he went ahead and did something worth impeachment? Do you not? What are the thoughts here? What are the thoughts here? That's kind of the question, really. I mean, you got to think about it from the aspect. So it was able to be passed in the House. Will it pass in the Senate? Chances are there's about I would say about a 10% chance, maybe even 20% chance that if it goes to the House. What happened? Mr. Bombas, Mr. C4. Active shooter soon be on alert. Active shooter is awakened. Damn, that sounds scary. Expound on that, Mr. Bombast. What exactly do you mean? Like, this caused active shooter to be awakened? Oh, for real? Do you have a link? Is this for real? Is this on the news right now? Did someone just, or are you saying due to this impeachment, there's going to be more active shooters, more, potential false flags or things like? What do you think is going to happen? I certainly hope not. I certainly hope no one busts the cap. Hopefully not. That would be it'd be rather unfortunate if someone lost their life. Let's hope not. I think he's saying due to this there will be a shooting. Okay. Yeah, I was I thought that's what he meant. I hope not. Like I said, I certainly hope this wouldn't cause, I mean, potentially an impeachment or a one-sided impeachment like this. Some people fear it may cause some sort of civil war or division in the country, because you got half the country. Just wait for it. I'm always right. Tick tock, tick tock. People don't know how to take an L like a man. That's true. That's true. But yeah. Well, I mean, Mr. Bombast, I mean, let's be real. It definitely very well could happen. I don't think you're wrong. Although I don't see how that solves anything. There's other ways people can relieve stress than go out there and shoot somebody. I just don't see the point of it to go out and shoot somebody. That just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, but I agree. People don't know how to take an L. They don't. Will this get to the Senate? Will it pass? No. And see, that's one of the things that I'm trying to be partial. I'm trying to be impartial. But my own thoughts, I'll be honest with you, my own thoughts on this, I think this is kind of a waste of time. I mean, it's not going to pass the Senate. And this is only going to make him more powerful. I don't know if you guys saw I think it did pass. No, it passed the House. It's not going, they're not going to vote this. The Senate, which is controlled by Republicans, is not going to be able to get enough votes. So it's going to be acquitted. So the trial won't even start or will be acquitted. And then at that point, the president can still run he can still run in November and he'll win. Because, like I said, the Democrats don't have a strong enough party, a strong enough candidate to beat Donald Trump on their own. And that's the thing. They don't have anyone strong enough. So I feel, I don't know, I don't know what their plan is for this. I don't get it. Because I feel like this is going to almost make him like a martyr. Yeah, it's going to make him almost like a martyr. It's like, these guys, they tried to impeach me. They did impeach me. But you see, the people want 4 more years of me. Yeah, exactly. They're going to be like, they want 4 more years of me. And that's what's going to happen. And imagine how crazy this will look. Imagine what it will look like if you've impeached the president and then the American people still vote him in. What that totally destroys all that pretty much makes this, it just makes it such a huge waste of time. And then at that point, it does become political. See, if the Americans don't vote Trump back in, then okay, you can be like, all right, the impeachment had an effect. It was worth it, blah, blah, blah. The Democrats won. But again, they don't have a strong enough candidate to beat Trump in a head-to-head election. So what happens when the president that you've impeached or sent articles of impeachment for actually wins the presidency again through the American people? Who's really out of touch then? Is it the American people that are out of touch, that they want a impeached president for 4 more terms? Or is it the establishment? Is it the swamp? Is it the Democrats or the establishment that says, okay, this guy is shaking things up a bit too much, so we need to get him out of here? See, I think this is going to make him almost like a martyr, man. And it's almost going to secure and guarantee 4 more years of Trump. I just didn't understand this. I didn't understand it at all. I did not understand it. I just don't know. Let's see.
Food continues after a short break.
Oh. All right. So let's see what the thoughts are. Let's see if there's any pundits on tripping. Where are the pundits, man? And you know this, man. Pundit. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Wait for it. Mr. Bombast, I do hope you're wrong, but if you call it, if I make a stream, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, man. I'll definitely shout you out. If this does happen, I'll shout you out, man. And I have to bring you on a panel because that's some insight, man. Have a good night, Mr. Bombast. with a chilling warning. Homie said, just wait for it. I'm always right. Tick tock, tick tock. Very scary, but could be very real. So let's see here. So, yeah. So, I mean, one thing I'm seeing, looking on my Facebook feed, and let's see here. Let's see what the feed's looking like. Cute dog with heart-shaped teeth. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I see people just posting. He'll stay. Let's see. Greg B says an impeach by House doesn't mean getting removed, and I think Senate is next. You're absolutely correct. An impeachment by House does not mean he's getting removed. Again, the Senate has to approve the articles of impeachment, and the trial has to approve that the president, with the vote, the Senate trial and the vote, that the president is actually going to give sentence and all of that. And you're right, it's not going to happen. Republicans got the votes. They have the control. And yeah, it's just not going to happen. I agree with what Greg B is saying. Yeah. And that was kind of my point. I just don't see this is only going to make him more powerful. That's all I see that's happening. Breaking news, President Trump has been impeached. Where do we go from here? Now, let's see what the comments are. Now get Pence, and then Nancy Pelosi will take over for now. Ooh. I don't know if I want that. He is not going. Okay, and then someone replied, he is not going anywhere. Just because you are impeached does not mean removal. And second, to be removed, he has to be removed by the Senate, which is not going to happen because it's a Republican Senate. Very smart. Very smart. Senate is in charge of the removal. They've already said it ain't happening. Exactly. See, I think people need to understand what the each role of the Senate and the House. They got to understand that. Let's see what else here. All right, so let's pull this up. I think I'm going to go ahead and shift. Let's see. That part. Yeah. Let me see here. $6.6 thousand comments. Just going to read some of these. I'm going to put this. See, it's not going to show you guys the Facebook. It's not going to show you guys the Facebook link. But I'll read some of the comments. Sadly, this piece of human garbage will likely go on to lead. But I hope November 2020 is the reckoning. We have a problem across the pond, folks. Half our country chooses to willfully not accept factual information. It makes any kind of progress or rational thought or critical thinking practically irrelevant. Wish us luck. We're sending ours to you as well. Huh. Zach, this guy named Zach says, it's going to be hilarious when he gets reelected in 2020. I'm going to post comments here. I'm going to post the comments in the little banner. These are just some of the comments. I am stunned by the people who respond to this historic impeachment while laughing and defending Trump. Unfortunately, Republicans, including those who hold power now, are a cult, and they support their figurehead with unwavering loyalty, no matter how seriously offensive or dangerous his behaviors and crimes are. 636 likes on that. On the comment you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, that has 1.1 thousand likes. Let's see here. Let's see how many. There's 116 responses to that lady. You speak as though you Trump haters are not occulting yourselves. Disgraceful. Trump will forever be known as the greatest world leader who ever existed. Deal with it. That's what Gail said. Sacrificing babies is cultism. Just like the Tories in the UK, Boris was born in New York, so maybe they're related somehow. They both look the same and have the same traits. You act as though the characteristics demonstrated solely among the Republican Party is beyond laughable. Someone put a, damn, what's that guy's name from The Office? The big dude, he's funny. Y'all know who, I forgot his name. But Kevin from The Office. Kevin. He talks like Kevin. Let's see, more comments. Temper tantrum by House Democrats that ended with a partisan impeachment against a duly elected president with only hearsay, feelings, and emotions. Individuals with TDS. This is from Tiffany. Tiffany put this one. Put that in the banner. It's going to be kind of a long one. Oh, it's too many. Hold on. Sorry, I'll turn the sound back on.
Don't land. With us, they land. We worked out deals with every one of them. We stopped giving them all the aid. We're giving them all this money, and then they said, we're not going to let you land. We're not going to let you take them back. I said, that's okay. $500 million we were giving them. I said, now we give them $5. We give them nothing. All of a sudden, they said, we would love to have them back. We love it. It's wonderful to have them back. In June, 2 illegal aliens in Sandusky, Michigan, were convicted of sadistically beating and stabbing a woman to death with a kitchen knife. Then they hid her body in a water drain. A criminal alien with 2 previous deportations was just arrested in Michigan and convicted of brutally beating and strangling to death a single mother of 5 young children. It's happening all the time. Far-left politicians support deadly sanctuary cities which deliberately release dangerous, violent criminal aliens out of the jails and directly onto your streets. We had a great election in North Carolina recently. 2 great congressmen got elected. You don't hear about it. When they win, you don't ever hear about it. Just a few months ago. 2 great people. And they got elected. And they got elected because I went at the end and said, you don't talk about the fact that you have sanctuary cities. And they had some horrible crimes happening from those sanctuary cities.
Back in 2017, 2 days before Las Vegas attack, I dreamed of similar events like an attack. Also, I dreamed of North Korea's missile launches days beforehand.
These sanctuary cities are a disaster.
Damn.
Let me tell you, the people of California that aren't sanctuary cities.
Mr. Bombas got some premonitions going on. He got some. Okay. So today is Wednesday. Let's see if anything pops off from now to Sunday or maybe Monday.
With intent to murder.
I'm going to have to save your name, Mr. Bombas. And like I said, if you're right, I'm going to have you on, man. We'll have to chop this up, man. Because dreams, premonitions, all of that. I mean, they're telling you something.
Protect your families from criminal aliens. If you want to have a safe life, frankly, it's so crazy what they're doing. You wouldn't even believe it. You have only one choice in 2020. You must vote Republican. Thank you. I'm surprised as you know, you do have sanctuary cities in Michigan. I was almost surprised to hear it, but you have them. It's one of those progressive things. I think they're doing a wonderful favor for the world. And now we're getting these prosecutors that, you murder somebody, they give you 2 months. They fight that you don't even have to go to jail. What's going on is crazy. Thanks to our tireless efforts to secure the border, illegal crossings are down 75% since May. And we've ended catch and release. We've ended it. We could have ended it so easy. It's called a loophole. You catch them, and then you release them into our country. That's what you had to do by law. And if you don't do that, they arrest the Border Patrol people. You believe this? The Border Patrol people were in more danger than the criminal aliens coming in. And some of these people are not good people. Remember the caravans coming up? We called them caravans. And they're interviewing the people. I'll never forget it. One nice innocent reporter, female reporter. And what did you do? Well, I want to come to America. Okay, what did you do? Murder.
These are comments.
This was on live television. They didn't play that clip too long. One of the beauties back there. What did you do? Murder. Oh, yeah. These are the people. Because look, when you have a caravan of 8,000 or 10,000 people.
This is therapy for him.
Do you think that Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, do you think they're sending us their finest? I don't think so. Right?
He's pissed. You can tell.
That was a Schumer deal. Chuck Schumer, Crying Chuck. Crying Chuck Schumer. I used to be a big contributor to him. He used to kiss my ass, Chuck Schumer. He didn't do anything. He would have done anything for me. I didn't think I asked him. Get Schumer on the phone. You do this, you do that. You get him on the phone. He would have done. I didn't need anything, but he would have done anything. Now it's like, give me a break. Give me a break. Find out how much money did I give a raise to Chuck Schumer. And Chuck, give all that money back, please.
Yeah, I told you, he's pissed.
Carolyn Maloney, give that money back. Every penny should come back. They act so pompous. They act so righteous. They're not righteous. They're not righteous. They're bad people. The far-left Democrats have never been more extreme than they are now. Democrats are pushing a socialist takeover of healthcare that will take away your coverage and take away your doctor. 180 million people are going to lose. A lot of people here now have healthcare finally under us. That's phenomenal. And that's what you want. They want to take it away, 180. They want you to go to a hospital ward someplace and sit there all night. I don't think so. Not in this group. And you know what? Some people, it's good. Some people, but can you imagine they want to take away 180 million people, great, private, highly negotiated healthcare where you have your own doctor? Remember Obama 28 times, 28 times, you can have your doctor, you can have your plan. Didn't work out that way, did it? I think we should impeach him for that. Let's impeach him. For that, for the IRS scandal, for the guns. Remember the guns he was giving them to anybody that wanted them? He gave guns to the worst people in the world, and then they didn't have them registered, right? Not too good. Impeach him. Why did the Republicans impeach him? Those were really, how about giving Iran $1.8 billion in cash? How about that? By the way, I ended the Iran nuclear deal. I hope you're happy. Much different country. But how about giving Iran $1.8 billion in cash? Many big planes going over to Iran, loaded up to the ceiling with cash.
Don't fall for the illusion of choice, my friend.
You ever see,
It's all planned out. Just stay true to our Lord God, Almighty Jesus Christ. I cannot agree more.
$1.8 billion in cash he gave. So why is he allowed to do that? Did anybody try and impeach him for that? Everybody knew it was wrong.
I'm curious, Mr. Bombas.
Republicans will strongly protect patients.
Do you believe
with
that Trump
pre-existing
was put
conditions,
in
and we
by
will
God,
protect
like some people
your
say?
pre-existing physicians.
Let us know what you
Virtually
think
every
on that.
top Democrat also now supports late-term abortion, ripping babies straight from the mother's womb, right up until the moment of birth, right? That is why I've asked Congress to prohibit extreme late-term abortion, because Republicans believe that every child is a sacred gift of God. Democrats are now the party of high taxes, high crime, open borders, late-term abortion, socialism, and blatant corruption, and that's what it is. The Republican Party is the party
He's going
of
in.
the American worker, the American family, and the American dream, and that's really what it is. We're also the party of the great Abraham Lincoln. A lot of people forget that, but we have to bring it up. To protect the health and safety of our citizens, we awarded $100 million to improve water infrastructure in Flint. How badly was Flint? Who were the geniuses that did that deal? You have clean water coming into Flint. They had to pay a very tiny little fee. So instead, they go into this horrible, really polluted water, and the water comes out of there. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars to save like a couple of bucks, and the water was so terrible, and it hurt the people. It hurt the people. But we're getting it fixed. And I know your previous governor was a Republican, but I was not a big fan of his. I was not. But I'm not a big fan of the one that can't fix the potholes either. We're committed to ensuring America has the cleanest air and the cleanest water on planet Earth.
Let's see what the comments look like on BT. Let's see.
It's about clean, beautiful water, and it's about keeping our industry, not closing it because of the ridiculous Paris Climate Accord. How's Paris doing? I don't think too well. How's Paris doing with the yellow vests? The yellow vests, you know why? Because they raised gasoline prices so they could send the money all over the world to countries that the people in France never heard of.
My people are smart.
And it's not working out too well. We're lowering prices. We're lowering taxes. We're making it possible. I mean, look at gas prices now. Look at gas prices. I recognize Israel's true capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And we also recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Big deal. For years, you watched as your politicians apologize. Remember? I would like to apologize. I would like to apologize. No. We don't apologize. Now you have a president who is standing up for America, and we are standing up for the great people of Michigan. You're getting your auto industry back. At stake in our present battle is the survival of the American nation. If you want your children to grow up a land of safety, we want a land of safety, justice. Well, I don't know. When I look at those FBI reports, we gotta clean up a lot. What they've done to hurt people, what they've done to hurt with Comey and these horrible people, what they've done to hurt people. I think one of the best things I did as president, a lot of people would say, with all what we've done for the economy, but one of the best things is firing James Comey's ass out of there. Boy, those reports are coming. Did you see the other day? Well, first time now he said, in other words, he's 50% there, folks. He's hit the golden pond. Anyway, so what we're doing is we're doing things that are going to make our victory. And, it's like a tree. We need that extra 4 years. We've done so much. Even right to try. Right to try. People were traveling. They're terminally ill. They're traveling all over the world. We have the best medical in the world, the best doctors, the best labs, the best hospitals. They're traveling all over the world, right, to try and get, because it takes years to get something approved. And I said, wait a minute, folks, why aren't we doing this? And they've been trying to do it for 49 years. They couldn't get it done. Not that easy. The drug companies didn't want the liability. The country didn't want the liability. The insurance companies didn't want the liability. I said, here's what we do. We'll sign an agreement with the people where you're exculped from all liability. That's a good idea. And it's a very strong agreement, so we can't get sued. But I said, listen, they were worried they're going to hurt people. I said, these people are terminally ill. They're terminally ill. And so we do it now. 9 months ago, all the legislators, after 49 years, so if somebody's sick, they don't have to go to Asia, they don't have to go to Europe.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Mr. Bombas replied, no, Trump is a false Christian. He just talks all good about it. He's a very good actor, just like Obama is a false Christian, and spoke about peace as he bombed families as Trump is. Okay.
It's incredible.
So Mr. Bombas isn't, he's not taken in by, he's not this guy actually critically thinks.
With your help,
So
we will lift millions of more of our citizens.
Mr. Bombas is pretty informed, man.
Independence to independence.
Gotta
And
give it to
poverty
him.
to prosperity. Together, we will elect a Republican Congress to create a fair, safe, sane, and lawful system of immigration. We will enact the greatest trade deals ever made. They'll result in more products proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. We will achieve new breakthroughs in science and medicine. What we're doing is unbelievable. We're so far ahead of everybody. What we've done in the last 3 years with the FDA and even the speed of what we're doing. It would take 12, 13, 14 years to get things approved. It's down to a much smaller number. But we're finding new cures for childhood cancer, and we are ending the AIDS epidemic in America. We've started the process. Who would have thought that?
He's in this is what I've done mode, pure campaign mode.
And it could have been started before I came to office. It was just wasted time. We will defend privacy, free speech, free assembly, religious liberty, and the right to keep and bear arms. Above all, we will never stop fighting for the sacred values that bind us together as one America. We support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. We stand with the incredible heroes of law enforcement. They're incredible. And that includes ICE. You know how tough these people are? These are great patriots. They love our country. Even the sheriffs, the law enforcement, some of the people that they're dealing with, these guys walk into, they call them a nest. And in some cases, they just start swinging at them. They can have it. They love it. These are great. If we didn't have them, and I told you before, they're taking out bad people by the thousands, especially MS-13 gang members. Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? Anybody in the front row? I don't know. What about you? You're a tough guy. You might do it. You could do it. I don't know. You might. Yeah, you could. When you're like, we're going to recruit you. I think you could handle yourself. No, these are tough people, right? You got to be tough. Then they get accused. They're too tough. Oh, they're too tough. You have some of these guys, they knife people. They don't even need a gun because it's more painful. They knife the two young girls, 16 years old, beautiful. They cut them up into pieces because it was more painful than shooting them. These are animals. And then Nancy Pelosi said, I shouldn't use the term animal. And by the way, she ought to go home and take care of her district where the homeless is all over the place and the tents and the filth and the garbage is eroding right into the Pacific Ocean and into their beaches. She ought to go and take care of her district and say, did you see what's going on? And it rains and it's filth and it's needles and it's drugs and it's you know what. It's everything. And it goes right into those storm sewers. Storm, not sanitary, storm. And it goes right out into the Pacific Ocean, into the beaches. And we find San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Francisco, but We've just sent them a tremendous dollar fine for what they're doing. And Nancy Pelosi is playing games. She ought to go home and take care of the homeless and take care of the filth and everything. San Francisco was the most beautiful city. When you look at what's happened with the tents all over the place, where the police officers are getting sick just from walking the beat, they're getting sick. Diseases are coming back that this world hasn't seen for 30, 40, 50 years. It's a disgrace. She ought to get back and take care of her district instead of wasting time on this nonsense. We believe in the dignity of work and the sanctity of life. We believe that faith and family, not government bureaucracy, are the true American way. We believe that children should be taught to love our country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we live by the words of our national motto, and it's always going to be up there. You know, they want to take everything down. They don't want Thomas Jefferson anymore. They don't want anything. That's a terrible thing, and we fight for it now. We fight. These words will never be taken off. I don't care where I am. If I'm up there, if I'm down here, I don't know. But we'll be fighting. We'll never take these words off. In God we trust. We stand on the shoulders of generations of Michigan patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. This is the state where Henry Ford invented the assembly line. It's the place where General Motors, Chrysler, and Kellogg transformed the nation. It gave us Motown, the Mustang, and the might of the American Midwest. This is the American Midwest. And Michigan is the state where generations of strong, tough, and proud American workers made this into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. And we are making it bigger, better, and stronger than ever before by far. Loyal citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. The Democrats took the people of Michigan for granted, but with us, you will never be forgotten again. The forgotten men and women of this country will never, ever be forgotten again.
Yes, I do. Do know a bit about MK Ultra.
For you, and I love doing it. With everything that I
from my
have.
understanding, it was a government program where they were trying to they were using psychedelic drugs and drug cocktails to expand consciousness. You
Why is he
know,
doing it? You know why I'm doing it?
mental capabilities,
What we're doing is we're
ESP,
we're respected.
mind control, brainwashing,
We are so
like
respected.
Manchurian candidate type stuff.
You know, I went to
Isn't that
Navy
right,
when we were
Mr.
being
Bombas?
ripped off because the other countries, you have 29 countries, and the other countries weren't paying their bills. They were delinquent, you know, in real estate. I noticed people are using that word. I've been using it for the last year. It's like a real estate credit. That's when they don't pay their rent. Right? And they weren't paying. And you have to see this chart until I got there. They got to pay. And they said, well, does that mean you have to protect this? I said, you don't want the answer to that question. Over the last,
Someone said this.
Secretary General Stoltenberg, over the last period of just 2 years, I raised, not from us, nothing from us, $130 billion, but that's nothing. And over a short period of time, they will be paying $530 billion more, all of those countries. My biggest fan in the world is Secretary General Stoltenberg of NATO. He says, I never thought this could, I'm telling you, if you look, it's like 15 years just down. President Obama would go down and make a speech. I'd like to thank everybody for being here. Thanks a lot. Great job. Sayonara, bye. Bush, they all did. Nobody ever asked for money. We were spending for 100% of NATO. We're protecting Europe. They rip us off on trade, right? They rip us off like crazy. We lose hundreds of billions of dollars on trade. We're changing that. But it's a long time. It's been going on a long time. They don't take your product. They don't take your cars. They don't take your farm product. They don't take your medical machines. We do a big business. They sell us. We don't sell them because they put restrictions. We have better equipment than them, but they make it so that our equipment doesn't qualify. It's called artificial barriers or non-monetary barriers. It's brutal what they do. I'm telling you, they're as bad as China, just smaller. They are as bad as China, just smaller. And now China's doing great. We're very happy, but we have to do something with that. We have to take care of our people. We can't be ripped off by these countries. So NATO is ripping us off militarily, but now they're starting to pay big money, and that's good. We want to help them. We want to be there with them, but they have to pay. They have to pay. $530 billion, and the fake news doesn't want to even talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They talk about other things. They don't want to talk about that. When you get a chance,
Talk to us, Mr. Bombas. Let us know what the deal is, man.
$530 billion more.
I'm willing to listen. I want to entertain anything, man.
Nobody else could do that.
Stranger things have happened.
I won't tell you what took place in those closed door meetings. Some of them don't like me. They like Obama. Germany likes Obama. A lot of these countries, France, they like Obama. It's embarrassing. France, President Obama is more popular than President Trump. Well, I should be. I just taxed them.
You want me to send you the link, man?
Coming into our country.
You want to get on and
ripping us off on the internet.
Well, it's about me. Hey, if you want to come on, I'll send you the link. You don't got to show your face if you want to just tell us a story, or you can stay in chat. But
I could be loved in Germany.
We're all ears, Mr. Bombast. Go ahead, tell us what's up, man. Tell us what the deal is. Let me tell through the chat, friend. Yeah, go ahead. Let us know what the deal is, bro. This will be interesting. I'll play Trump in the background.
Great state. You better remember all those jobs in a year from now, I'll tell you. I'll say that state let me down. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm hearing very good things. The interesting thing, before it was like a promise. I said, I'm going to bring car back. I'm going to bring this. I'm going to bring... It was all like, it's good. You believe me. I was successful, all that stuff. But now we've done it. We have done more than I promised. No politician. I promised we've done more than we promised. No politician, I think, has ever done that. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you.
All right. So we're about to get story time with Mr. Bombast. He's about to tell us a story which may or may not be true. He says it's true. All right, so this is what Mr. Bombas says. back in November 2015, around mid-November, I experienced something you very well could say controlling. I'm going to try to make this short. Go ahead, bro. Tell your story, man. We're all watching and listening. You said you felt controlled about 4 years ago, mid-November. A controlling experience.
When this process
Interesting.
started out and the House initially took their first vote, there were 2 Democrats who voted not to move forward with the impeachment process. Do we know how the votes are going to line up today?
We know that in this committee, it is going to be a straight party line vote. This committee is filled with individuals for whom there is no gray area. All of the Democrats are going to vote yes. All the Republicans are going to vote no, both on Article 1, abuse of power, and Article 2, obstruction of Congress. It's when we get to the full House vote that things are a little less settled. There are a handful of Democrats who have said to us that they don't know how they're going to vote, that they're reading these articles, that they're weighing their options, and that this is a very big decision. These are mostly Democrats who come from swing districts who know that their reelection effort is going to get a little harder, potentially, if they take this controversial vote. And so they are either waiting until the very end to say that, yes, they are going to vote for impeachment, or perhaps they are going to hold out and vote no. The Democratic leaders are prepared for that. They know they could.
Man, this guy's got me waiting with bated breath.
Defections, but they still believe that they are safe. They would need to lose more than 18 Democrats in order to see these articles of impeachment voted down, and they do not anticipate that that's going to happen.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up to that, Nancy. You covered Speaker Pelosi. You've covered her for many, many years. Are you hearing from her office, that there is an anticipation that for some of those Democrats in sort of those moderate districts that may not be able to vote for these articles of impeachment because of the sense from their own districts and their own constituents that that's okay, that she anticipates that, and that she's counted those votes and has a level of certainty that it will pass?
Yes, they've been foreshadowing that because they know that the Republican argument is going to be, look, this was a bipartisan vote against impeachment, not for impeachment. And so,
most name brand bars and body washes you rub on your skin are classified by the FDA as synthetic detergent. It's not even real soap.
Mr. Bombas,
Man-meat and unholy ingredients that are harmful to your well-being.
take as much time as you need, bro.
Start treating your body to the natural, nourishing, lathery goodness of Dr. Swatch soap. Get ready to step out of the shower feeling alive.
That feels really good.
They're fighting so hard to get the illegal aliens over here and get them licenses and this, that, and the third, because they know that their vote is so powerful. They want to get these illegals to vote because they know that they can't win an election fair and square. But let me get to the next call. Now I'm on your line. I'm speaking to.
Hey, this is Jeremy from North Carolina.
All right, Jeremy, what's going on?
Hey, couple things. Just want to say Trump 2020. They can impeach him again if we can get him back. I don't care. And also,
He said, "We need him back. I don't care what. I don't care what he does. We need him back." That's what he said.
I can't get on board with what they're doing now. So I noticed that Trump is pretty moderate. And with that said, do you think that could be a cause of why they are going so far left on the Democrat side?
As I was driving to work in the morning, I turned on the radio. As it turned on, my brain changed it to a different mindset. I then at that moment received pictures of my mission, and I go on. Damn. So wait, hold on. Are you saying? Are you insinuating, Mr. Bombas, that at some point, unbeknownst to you, you were activated, and when you turned on the radio, so basically, are you saying you're like a Manchurian candidate? Have you were someone that was involved or unfortunately experimented on with MK Ultra? Because that's what that sounds like. That sounds like some Manchurian candidate stuff. Sounds like you've been brainwashed at some point. And that's interesting. So the radio frequency almost like turned on your brain and you were starting to see images. Did you hear anything as well? Did you hear any voices, anything like that? Or was it just images? It's fascinating.
Affected everybody that wants to believe in it, and they're all kind of rabid, and they want to go against them. Him being moderate is not necessarily the problem, because they see him as a far left, a far right, white supremacist, neo-Nazi type person.
Right. Yeah, I'm totally down with the whole bull in the China shop. I think that's what our country needs right now.
Yes.
But just want to say, appreciate what you do. Keep on. And Trump 2020, take care.
Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to the caller, most certainly appreciate it. The number to call is 434-658-1220. Let me get to the next call. 912, you're on the line. How much you can
All right, part 3.
How you doing, sir?
The picture in my mind was to get any type of weapon and go to Dallas, Texas. I live in Phoenix, so I was in for a trip. It's like, okay, I'm going to get any type of weapon. I went to Walmart and purchased. Wow. So it's almost like a long-range pellet scope and everything. So wow, it was like you were kind of activated.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm right there with you, man.
Now, the question was the mission, was the order, was it so strong and overwhelming, or was it more of a suggestion, like a very strong suggestion?
They just don't know.
That's very curious.
They're relying upon people's ignorance of politics to do this. They know most people don't know, so they rely upon this to think, okay, people are going to stay home. They think Trump's out of office, he's gone.
That's what they're gonna think. But Trump's smarter than all of them. Oh yeah, I had just posted on your live chat right before you called me. I had hit send. He's not a wild bull in the China shop. What he is, he's sugar in the gas tank because he's corrupting everything in the vehicle. Think about it. All the accomplishments he makes is international. Look at China right now. Those people are rising. They made a rocky body with Trump head mean. Like, come on, he's infecting the whole world with his Trumpism. It's over with. It can be no other way now.
You got a good point though. Like this whole thing around Trump, it's bigger than Trump. It's gone worldwide. You got him influencing uprisings all over the world. People in Hong Kong, they got the American flag, singing the national anthem, all of that stuff. So you're right about that.
We look at Epstein's body. We don't know what Epstein's body at. Oh, I'm sorry about that on your channel. I'm just saying, but Tulsi Gabbard would have beat him, but the Democrats stupid. Tulsi Gabbard would have won the largest voter base, which is educated suburban white female. And by default, they would have got a large portion of their husbands and their sons as well through the raw feminists. But if you're not, what they say, if you're not on their side, if you're not an ally, you're against them.
Everything was in my head like I received the whole mission in a second, but I was going to Target.
Great, what he's doing.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, he
Dang.
just passed. Well, he didn't just pass it.
Well, that's
He had
interesting.
an interview with this young man who said, "Hey, he's from I forget exactly what, but
Well, clearly you had some sort of control because she's still walking around, and I don't see how that could have worked. With a pellet gun. But the good thing is, it sounds like you had some sort of control because that person is still alive, and it's good that you're not beholden to the whims of some unknown entity.
Is the black female,
but it sounds like it must have been scary.
School, which the Democrats trying to block, and they tried to decensitize they tried to what you call it when they tried to de-incentivize when you for a tax break when you send your child to charter school or private school. But Trump, thanks to Melania and his daughter, put that back on the table. Teachers got raises. Everybody getting raises. Everybody got money. Everybody got money. How can you see this? Everybody got money. Everybody.
Oh, so it was a false flag. Well, an attempted false flag.
The people in the federal
So basically, you would almost be making her a martyr, like when they did Reagan.
The raises that the Democrats been promising them. Man, do y'all hear?
Ah.
Man, Trump has all the blue
Interesting.
collar
That's
on
a
his
different
side.
angle altogether.
It's over with. That little 8 to 10% that they gonna swivel, and plus with them.
I'm glad you didn't do it then.
That's another Obama legacy too. Remember when he was a senator in Chicago? He tried that mess there too, and he got it through. But then they had repealed it or whatever. But that's from Obama. That's an Obama legacy, getting these driver license. And as an American citizen, you have to take a blood sample down there and hair and urine and everything to get your license if you come down there with no identification. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand it. But thank you, brother. I can't top your last callers, but all y'all be happy out there and enjoy this money Trump giving y'all, man. Oh, did y'all hear about the 5G? You heard about what he did for 5G network this year?
No.
Oh, man, look it up. There's a whole bunch of money into that. Because you can spread the word a whole lot farther than me and faster than me. Please look that up, because that's a wide open field. We number one. Our closest competitor is China in the 5G trade. Trump unleashed, this happened like 4 or 5 months ago. Trump unleashed the private sector to install 5G trade networks. Trump unleashed this happened like 4 or 5 months ago. Trump unleashed the private sector to install 5G. Nobody's talking about it. It's insane, really. And bottom line to this is about $1 trillion invested in 5G network right now in America.
Man, that's amazing, man. Trump, I mean, I don't know. How can anybody be mad? There's so much going on, so much money flowing around. I mean, everybody should be happy with a big, crazy Kool-Aid grin on their face.
It's insane. Everybody has all this money.
I had control at the end of the mission. End of the mission, the day of the attack. My brain was fighting it. I kept thinking, I don't do it. Don't do it. So I got the heck out of Dodge. I had the place from where I was going to shoot her from. She was having a rally outside of college.
There it is, man. Well, I thank you for the call. Definitely appreciate you.
Okay. Well, man, I'm glad you were able to maintain control. That's scary. I'm glad you were able to fight it.
Doing great tonight.
You got some good mental strength.
Yeah, I mean, the money's just flowing. The economy is doing so well. I don't see how anybody could really be like, oh, no, Trump's bad, Orange Man bad.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have never thought about that.
Doing well.
It's like, damn, how did you get on a rooftop?
Your uncle been in jail for like 25 years. He came home.
And see, that's interesting because you're just a normal person. And then all of a sudden, it's almost like you get downloaded with information and what you're supposed to do. And then you're over here almost doing it.
JD.
All right, JD, what's happening?
Florida.
All righty.
Hey, man.
A lot of people report stories like
I'm
that.
Great, man. Can't complain.
Yeah, I was going through here for something today. Just laughing because, so here they're going yay or nay yelling, and I'm sitting there yelling roll call because I was yelling roll call because I was going to hold accountable for one, and for two, I was going to go email them to School of Rock.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. There's 2015. She did have a Dallas rally talking about making college affordable, reform immigration policy, and raise minimum wage. Wow. Oh man, I'm glad you didn't make it on the news.
Congress are just killing themselves. It's political. I don't know what that word, but eating themselves pretty much. And it's very interesting that we live in this tiny world that I just thought I could never see this happening. But yeah, it did.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely has.
That's all I got.
Wow, that's wild.
Other people, but, that's all I had to say. And, good.
Well, yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, I'm glad you were able to maintain control and keep from being in the news, because that would really suck. You're just going on with your day, all of a sudden you get taken over. What? So basically, you're saying that they activated you, and then there was people watching you to kind of make sure you were fulfilling the mission. Man, see, that's crazy. That's crazy, because it's like you're just going on with your day, and then all of a sudden you're just swept up into this.
Was like a topic or like a
I believe you, man. Why would you lie about that? Why would anyone, lie about that, given the situation and how dangerous that could be?
Well, you mean?
Glad you're all right, man.
Like I don't think that.
Yeah, just I feel like there's just been such a negative.
And obviously, Jesus protected you.
Illegal immigrants look like. And I want to know, like, why.
And that just lets you know that, Jesus is king, and, you call upon the name of the Lord, you'll be all right.
Like, where's that point coming from? Is it just propaganda or is it something real?
Well, if you're here illegally, that's a crime right there. So, I mean, that's you could be, law abiding outside of that, but you're not here legally. If I commit a crime, it doesn't matter if I'm law abiding outside of that, I get held accountable. Like I could have a totally clear record, never been in trouble.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like it would make no sense.
I might.
It wouldn't make sense to lie. It wouldn't make sense to come up with something fantastical that could get you got. So, this is real talk, real people. People can say what they want, and they can tell their truths, and no judgment, man. That's why I created this platform. But like I said, I'm glad you're all right, because no one should be subject to having their lives, taken for a spin.
But he has
no one.
The balance of the situation, I feel like certain people
So how do you deal with the frequencies or the sonic weapons, MK Ultra like that?
Like as children. Because that's something they couldn't control.
Is there anything that normal people can do to keep from being activated or mess with?
Group of people, especially if there's a criteria for them, for you to even apply. People feel like, for them to gain that status, which is not even a real status, that anybody can just join as long as you came before you were young, but that's not the case. These kids came when they were 6 years old, 5 years old. You have to get every 2 years you pay $500, and then you have to take a background check through USCIS to prove that you're not a criminal or anything like that. You have to be. Their criteria, and people make it seem like it's this thing where they're just letting immigrants in. And immigrants.
Yeah, good thing you didn't do it, man. Good thing you didn't do it. So I was telling people, man, I don't know if you want a Hillary Clinton presidency. That's not something that you necessarily want.
Well, are you okay?
But that's not taking out of your pocket.
Believe, hey, amen. Amen.
Hold on.
Now that I can get behind.
Listen to me, caller. Caller. I'm not caller. Listen, I want to put you on mute because you got to understand. I know you want to be able to engage in the show, and I feel you. This is going to be a good conversation, but you got to be able to abide by the rules of the show. If I start talking, you got to just pause for a minute, and I get right back to you. Now, my thing is this. If I am an American citizen and I want to go, let's say right now, I'm from Virginia, right? Now, if I wanted to go to school in California, I have to pay out-of-state tuition. But an illegal alien could be here from China.
Oh no, that's not the case.
So
this is what. Let me tell you the facts, since I can relate because I'm in the situation. So basically, how it works is, okay, I'm from Haiti, right?
Uh-huh.
And of course,
course, my country's going through whatever.
After that BS, I
right?
changed and went to the winning side. Amen.
I got DACA status, right?
Yeah.
But I'm in
Sometimes
Florida.
God is the
If
only
I
one
say
that can,
for whatever reason, I wanna
well,
go to
most of the time,
California,
all the time, is the
I
only one that
cannot
can really
get out of
save you and
state to live
protect
in
you
California because
against
I
these
can't get
principalities and these
No,
negative
you-
forces.
No.
But
So that's a good
here
message.
in Florida permits me to have in-state tuition, but I can't get in-state tuition anywhere else. So it doesn't like it's
No,
like you guys kind of misconstrue the fact.
No, you missed the
I
point.
can't
Hey, we got a
go
subscriber.
out of state to
You
in-state
missed-
tuition. It doesn't apply to me.
You missed the point though.
But
My point.
Florida, what's your point?
The
I
point.
can answer
You got to listen to what I'm saying. Just pause. Just breathe. Just pause and breathe. Listen to what I'm saying. If you are here as a child from China and you move to California, you're able to get in-state tuition in California, but you're not a legal resident of California. You just happen to live there illegally. But if I'm a United States citizen, I'm born in Virginia, I live there and move the same way a child will move. Now I got to pay in-state once I go to college. I got to pay out of state once I'm in college. It's not fair. I'm here legally. I shouldn't have to be.
I'm listening to what you're saying. You just said what you said, and what I said to that is, it's the same situation. Let's say you're using the China example, right? So this kid comes from China and he moved illegally because he was a kid and he had no control over that. His family, for whatever reason, which they were wrong, they sent him to America. He ends up in whatever state that California. I'm using California because it came to my head, right? He moved there. Okay, they give him in-state tuition because only. And the criteria is
Wow.
Just get it just because he wants it.
And you started having visions.
He has to at least spend 4 years in school and graduate high school to show that he qualifies to move forward to an institution. And then they say, you know what, we're going to have,
Looks like you got some validation, Mr. Bombast.
It's a good thing because America can afford it, That's what humanistic.
Thanks for joining us, you
Me being
gamer.
an outsider, I'm looking at America. I'm like, okay, that's what I would aspire.
Oh, wow. So it looks like,
I could, be a little lenient on.
it sounds like prior to this whole, hold on.
He graduated high school and he showed.
So I'm going to put this in summation. So it looks like prior to this whole situation where you got activated, presumably by some sort of sonic weapon or MK Ultra, before you got activated, you weren't having dreams or premonitions that were this strong. After you got activated, but were able to resist the mind control, you then became bestowed upon with, and after, accepting God or becoming stronger with God, you started receiving visions in your dreams that would come true. Like you said earlier in the chat, 2 days before other false flag events and things like that. That's interesting. So I guess, I don't know, was the situation blessing disguised as a curse? Who knows? Wow. Have you, you gamer, have you been subject to the same thing? Do you know what MK Ultra is? And have you ever felt taken over or controlled or anything like that?
Due to the mother bringing them here illegally. That was the whole point, for the parents to come over here and take advantage of the country. Hold on, not finished. And take advantage of the country and get things they shouldn't have, rather than going to the front.
We're with you, man. We're listening.
Africa, came here,
Dream was about Las Vegas, very vivid, like a movie.
And it's wrong. It's wrong for anybody that come here illegally.
Interesting.
Legal aliens, legal immigrants that come here the right way. So I don't have sympathy for people that come here illegally.
Okay, so my thing to that is it's definitely wrong, and that's why I feel like there should be a solution in a sort of balance.
So, if the dream was about Vegas, do you think maybe that was you being downloaded with that mission or that info? But since you've resisted it before, you just get the information in your head now in dreams? but you're able to see it, but not be slave or subject to it.
But I feel like there has to be a balance between
Maybe I'm looking too much into that.
there's a group of people that maybe they pay their dues. Because honestly, I feel like I'm not saying that it's right that I'm here, but it wasn't my fault. I came here at 6 years old. Okay, that's one. You can say that it's wrong either way, and I would still agree with you because hey, whatever. Rules are rules, and it is what it is. But at the same time, I'm contributing to the economy. I don't reap benefits from I don't reap any some sort of social benefits. I don't even know what a food stamp looks like. I don't know what all that shit, I don't know what that shit is. You get me? And I pay my dues every 2 years. I pay $500 to USCIS, and there's like 500,000 of us who's paying this amount. It's a business. It's a business transaction, and I feel like we're paying our dues because we're coming out the pocket and paying tax dollars like everybody else. We're paying fees and fines that other people aren't paying.
You pay federal income tax?
We came here illegally. You get me?
You pay federal income tax?
Yeah, of course I do. I'm not exempt.
Do you have a social security number?
I have a social security number because of DACA. I'm able to work and contribute to your economy, which was a business deal that Obama did, if you ask me. It's business because we're now, before that, I feel like I was dead weight because I couldn't produce, I couldn't do anything. But now I'm able to work and provide for your economy. I have a business that I run and I contribute that way. You get me? So we're contributing and we're paying fees, extra fees every 2 years, 500,000 of us. You get me? And we came here when we have to abide by the law because one strike and we're out. You get me?
Well, I mean,
we have to take that. We have to take that
see,
background check. So don't. I feel like
the question becomes, Mr. Bombas,
don't do anything. We like produce.
There's so many different angles that could be. One, like you said, it could just be you looking at the weapon I was using was an MG light machine gun.
I understand that. But see,
okay.
Would you say that a 6-year-old? Would you say a 6-year-old should be accountable for her actions?
No, the parents should be. That's the point.
Exactly, I believe so too. I think my parents are
So
dead wrong.
So
what could it? Let's break it down. What could it have been? Could it have been one of those situations where your consciousness was shifted to another body? Could that have been it? Could it have seemed like a dream, but really it was just a consciousness shift while you were asleep? Could it have been, that whole thing about the clone? See, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but maybe you know about that.
What's going to happen?
But it sounds like you were at least able to view it and see it. That's interesting.
No. I understand that. I understand.
You have to take test after test. You have to.
I understand, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish. People take advantage of a situation like this. That's the point.
There's no way you can.
Why can't you?
Okay, can I ask you a question, please?
Go for it.
Okay. So, do you feel like the DACA people?
This is an interesting conversation too.
Take a background check to ensure that we're not criminals. We have to prove that we're either in school or have been consistently working on a business that's producing. So do you feel like it's not a fair exchange as far as us being productive citizens or productive residents of the country, being that we came here adolescent and it was beyond our control? Do you not feel like we're doing the best that we can and we're contributing and being productive?
I mean, that's nice. Wait, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna go ahead. Call it. Hold on.
Like, do you not feel
Hold on. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer right quick because we got a small amount of time. Now, that's great that you're doing well, but there are legal immigrants doing the same thing, and it's unfair that people that are here illegally get to do that.
Wow.
While legal aliens gotta pay much more money.
You know what we can't do?
They gotta do much more. Hold on. They gotta do much more. Hold on. Wait a minute. They got to do much more to be able to bring themselves and their family here. They got to spend a bunch of more money. They can't just, come over here on a visa.
Man, it's interesting
walk across.
having memories of things that
right way. So
you didn't
but people that come here illegally are taking advantage of the system.
experiencing things you didn't do.
People might be doing well. Hold on. People could be doing well and that's fine, but you got to come here legally. Now, the kids that come here, it's not their fault. I understand. But they got to go. Simple. The whole family got to go. And it's not right that you're brought here
illegally without your consent when you were a child. But hey, whose fault is that? It's not mine. The American people tried to be dealing with that. The legal immigrants, I got nothing but love for. I got love for everybody, but the legal immigrants, that's who I'm going to support. Not the illegal immigrants. I don't got a problem with you personally. I don't know you. I'm talking about legality. If I committed a crime, it don't really matter. Anybody going to say, "Oh, you were a kid. You could be 14 years old and get sent to the joint as an adult and do life." Nobody's caring about you being young.
Criminals for coming here against her will at 6 years old.
Well, the parents
It's
should.
not like we have the option. Like, people make it seem like, okay, well, you're like, right now I'm 24, right? So people will argue to me like, oh, well, you're not 6 years old anymore, of course. And if
As
I
the
had
end of my dream
a
approached,
chance
we
or
scattered.
a
One
way
went one way,
to
other went another way,
apply
another
like
way,
everybody else did, 'cause
like a
it's like
setup.
a fair way. I didn't make the decision.
Yeah, it sounds like
So if
the
I
whole
had the
construction
option, right, to say,
manual
hey, fuck, I gotta
was
get in this
downloaded
line,
to
like,
your head and you saw it all happen.
you know, to do it the right way and be able to.
Now, was it from a first person point of view or a third person? Like, were you able to see yourself? Like, you know how it is third person, you're like a hovering ghost, but you're watching yourself. That'd be an interesting. Was it first person or
so
third
I know this
person?
has been a great conversation, but okay, hold on. We got small amount of time. So small amount of time. So my last point, then I got to get to some more calls because we're on for a long time. My last point is I was asking you earlier about taking advantage of the situation. You said that you can't take advantage of it. You can't manipulate it. How can you not take advantage of it and manipulate the situation?
How can you?
How can you not? I was saying that people will come over here, bring their kids when they're very young, and
I'm
then
talking about DACA recipients. We cannot commit crimes.
no. That's not what I'm saying. My point is the parents that will bring their kids when they're very young to come over here, and then the kids will be able to grow up.
Talk about that. I told you that's wrong, and it shouldn't be done.
So my point is that hold on, caller. Listen. My point is that
Interesting.
the parents
First, so you were almost
over here when they're very young.
That's interesting.
Take advantage of the DACA
Third
program.
and first person.
Did you hear me?
So that would definitely
Now,
seem like
why
a
can't they?
dream.
Listen, sir. In 2019, nobody
Well,
can apply for DACA.
you know, they do say we our souls do live on multiple planes of existence at the same time.
After that,
Man, see, and that's what's crazy. It's hard to distinguish dreams from reality.
That's what I was asking you. That's what I was asking you.
It doesn't. There's no proof.
Wow.
So many conspiracies and misconceptions, and
Okay.
we're not bad people. Like,
All right, I got you. I'm sorry, but I gotta go. I gotta get to some more calls. This has been a good call. I gotta call back.
I thought that happened this year.
All right, take care. Wow. Selfish person.
Thought there was something that happened this year.
Like 20 minutes and then not even
Did something else?
satisfied that you
Something else
didn't get
happen
enough
last
time
year?
on the show. But look, if you're here illegally, then you gotta bounce. It might not be your fault, whatever the case may be. It don't matter. I know legal immigrants that have come here. People wait 20, 30 years to come to bring their family. People will leave their wives and their kids overseas. I mean, it's not your fault, but it's not my fault either. So be at an impasse. So what you want to do? Simple as that. I know legal immigrants that are coming over here doing well, contributing to society in the real and positive way. You know, it can't just be, oh, me. Nah, man. You know, it is what it is. I send everybody back that's here illegally. You can't just say, well, yes, I'm illegal. Yes, I'm not. I don't have my valid status as an American, but so what? I'm going to do what I want. But let me get to the next call. 203 on the line. Who am I speaking to?
Hey, how you doing tonight, sir?
Everything's great, man. Can't complain.
Yeah, this is Kevin from Connecticut. My thing is that it seems like you're talking about abuse of power.
Wow.
But like I said last time I talked to you, almost
The mind is a powerful
one of
thing.
them is basically all the leaders of the Congress that are in chamber, right? That is in House. A majority of them is from California and New York.
That's right.
And they've been there since '98. And on
Hmm.
top of that, they said
I thought
that
this happened
when the
earlier
Republicans
this
were
year.
gonna were impeaching Clinton. They were saying that Nadler and Pelosi
And, the wicked rich.
Oh, I remember that. I was thinking of
saying
something else.
That they're trying to take the votes away. But that's what they're doing right now. And I have that same thing going down in my state over there in West Hartford.
Well, bro, I mean, if you seeing all this stuff,
I'm with you.
maybe you need to become like a private eye or a detective or something. Try to stop these things or put it out there or something.
You probably heard.
Or maybe you just do like you're doing, man. Live a low key life
The Second
and
Amendment,
just be blessed and happy that you can,
yes.
Right now it's gonna. Now I think
you know,
it's starting to go to somewhere else.
resist it.
And it's getting hit hard there because they went blue. But I've come to find out the ones that put these people in office were actually the black people, because they actually thought that they were going to bring gun control, but they basically sugarcoated their gun control with like, I'm just gonna, with like gun control laws, but it was really gun confiscation, and they actually thinking about using the National Guard, so that's why they started their own militia out there.
Well, the problem with Virginia is, I mean, the black folks going to vote Democrat regardless, pretty much in Virginia. That ain't the issue with Virginia is the liberals that have come there from other parts of the country in Washington, D.C. and that metro area. 33% of Virginia's population is in Northern Virginia. That's the problem. That's where all this emanates from. A lot of these people, a lot of these politicians come from D.C. You have swamp rats that have pretty much spread out into Virginia. That's the problem.
And the thing too is with the immigration is, like, I'm sure you've seen how they were walking all out the, like, it was like for blocks, it was like going to like a Trump rally.
Yeah, I saw that in New York City with the
yeah,
ID.
Jersey too.
Yeah, Jersey.
And the thing is that my friend, right, he works as a truck driver for a company.
Well, dang, bro, do you have any good dreams? Any good dreams?
What happened was that he was trying to get insurance, but it would cost him like $9,000.
Because I mean, all that negativity can have a pretty bad effect on you.
And his stepkid, that he's very into.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, you know what? I might as well cut my hours to work and just get on their government assistance, and because it'll benefit him more for him being on that than anything else. But then you have these illegals coming over, they're getting driver's licenses, they're getting Medicaid, they're getting food stamps, they're getting housing, and not only are they getting housing, but it's furnished housing already.
Yes.
Okay. When they get into these places, it's already furnished with furniture.
Right.
So my question is, if they love America so much, then how come we become second-class citizens?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, you're an American citizen, and you have to jump through more hoops to be able to achieve the American dream of somebody that's not even here in a legal status. It's not right. It's unfair. And people on the outside seeing this are going to be like, wow, is that America? I can just go over there. And what's the incentive for a person that is trying to come here as an immigrant?
Good, man. Good. That's what I like to hear.
And get better.
That's what I like to hear, man.
Yes, they have no.
Well, God bless you, man. For real. Hopefully you liked or subscribed. I'll definitely be putting out some original content. Probably got to work on that this weekend, maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. Got some really good stuff.
And they have to pay to get in. All right, but they're still waiting in line.
You're always welcome in the chat, my friend.
Is it all right for them to jump over the line, and then people are still waiting to get in?
Yeah.
Like it's not fair. And the thing with all this Trump thing is that when they impeach Trump, it's gonna, think about it. Once it happens and then it's been thrown out of Senate, now it's gonna be kind of hard for him now to get any more judges in the seats that he needs. Because they're gonna look at him like, why are we gonna do this? We already impeached him already. So he's gonna have that stink on him.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue. But he's done so much. He's basically
the great white hope for the black people. You understand what I'm saying?
So you say it's going to do
Not
what
only
now?
for them, but for the whole America.
Yeah.
But my question's always been, why are you voting, like, if somebody's a black person, why are they voting for a Democrat that their whole party is basically against them?
It's just, people just get caught up in manipulation. People get tricked into doing certain things. It's a cultural thing that goes on. That's pretty much what it is. It's kind of a long thing.
They started the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, people don't really want to hear it, but it needs to be a story that's told. I don't mean to cut you off right here, but I'm gonna try to get to a couple more calls before I wrap on up for the night, man. So thank you for the call. I definitely appreciate you.
Thank you, man. God bless.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, shout out to the caller. Let me get to the next call here. Alrighty, let's go. All right, Nippin, what's happening?
Oh, I'm going to say it once, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to keep saying it until it gets to their head. You might have impeached Donald Trump, yes, but impeachment does not mean removal from office.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Remember the last time a president got impeached? They won the next election by a greater margin.
And see, people don't really want to understand what's going on here, but they're gonna see when it's all said and done in 2020 when he gets reelected by a landslide. I think right now the leading candidate is Joe Biden, and he didn't look too well, so it's going to be really ugly for them on the left.
I'm subscribed to a liberal YouTuber, and even he is saying there's no chance the Democrats are going to beat Trump.
Yeah, they know it. And the Democratic Party knows it as well. That's why they're trying to do this whole impeachment thing, because they know they don't have anybody to actually beat Trump in 2020, so they already know what time it is.
Democrats, they remind me of a certain group of sports fans who are so delusional in their own team's history. They think they're really good, but they're really irrelevant.
Right.
That's who they remind me of. Have you heard of a football team called Arsenal FC?
I've heard of them, yes.
Yeah, they're no longer a relevant club, despite having all the success and all the titles.
Right. Hey.
But they're no longer relevant because they haven't won anything in the lot, and they haven't been relevant for the past few years, and their fans are still deluded enough to think they're the best team in England.
Right.
So that's who Democrats remind me of. Delusional sports fans.
I'm with you, man.
So, an illegal immigrant decided they would fake their own kidnapping.
Well, we don't know if they're illegal yet, but my question was, are they illegal? They might be, because if the mother was trying to go back to Honduras, my question is, why would you want to go back to Honduras? You made it to America. Why are you leaving? I don't understand. What's going on?
Some things are just weird.
Some things are weird, yes.
Yeah. And I watched a video on Paul Joseph Watson reacting to mad leftists having a meltdown over the UK election. One of them was, they're almost like, a vote for Boris Johnson is a vote for the upper class. When the majority, Labour lost a number of seats in London, and the number of seats they kept were ironically, or should I say not ironically, in the whitest and the richest parts of London.
Of course.
That's the places Labour managed to keep hold of.
Of course,
that's for the working class.
That's
They claim that for the working class, yet they won the richest parts of London. like Islington North. That's one of the richest parts in London.
That's right.
And yeah, and Labour won that area.
Right.
So, and Trump has officially been impeached. This is actually helping us. This impeachment is actually helping us.
I mean, it's going to help Trump. He's out there right now in
That's
Michigan
what I meant
campaigning.
by us. That's what I meant by us.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So honestly, I see Trump winning by more than 400 electoral votes. Yeah, you heard me.
Okay. 400
electoral votes.
They're pretty confident about that. Yeah.
He's going to keep the Rust Belt. He's going to keep Michigan. He's going to keep Wisconsin. He might pick up Minnesota. He might even pick up all of Maine.
Wow, that'd be amazing.
New Hampshire.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yes, so what else was there? Boris Johnson has so many memes now. Like there's one meme going around saying, wasn't Boris Johnson going to sell the NHS? Minutes after he said he was going to up the spending on the NHS.
I'm not sure.
And then I saw a video of this girl saying she wishes to be a doctor, and then at the same time wishes Boris Johnson a painful death. What? I'm sorry. Did I just hear someone say they want to be a doctor, but they wish a painful death upon someone?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I'm sorry. I mean, even if I was violently ill in a hospital and I saw that person, I would run away.
Yeah, stay away from me. I don't want you to be anywhere near me if that's your mindset.
Exactly. Yeah, and that person was everything. She was the epitome of a leftist. Went to a posh school, spoke with a posh dialect, and blames the Tories for losing the future. And then the socialists have the audacity to say the older generation has taken away the. Do you know what the older generation actually went through? They fought through wars. They went to Vietnam. They went to World War II. They went to the D-Day landings. Do you have any idea how much the older generation went through to keep you where you are right now? You have all this nice food, nice housing, nice everything, nice clothes. That's because the older racists fought for it.
That's right, man. But hey, I gotta go wrap up the show right here, man. You gotta get to the end, and
yeah,
you know.
I just thought I'd get this rant off my chest.
Oh, it's all good, man. I appreciate you for your call as always.
So yeah, I shall see you on Sunday.
I'll see you then.
Yes, Saturday your time, Sunday my time.
Saturday my time, Sunday your time. That's right.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
All right then.
Peace.
Man, let me tell you something. Mr. Bombas, like I said, you're always welcome in the chat. Like I said, we live in a world now where what was once crazy, what was once outlandish, improbable, impossible, a lot of this stuff we're finding out is true, or it did happen, or there's misinformation or disinformation about it. I don't think you're nuts, man. Unfortunately, I've heard too many stories like yours, people dealing with stuff like you, and going through these things. The good thing is you didn't cop out. You didn't commit suicide or give in to those instincts, those feelings, those suggestions, and you're a better man for it. You're protected by God. the Most High. Jesus is our Lord and Savior, and as such, He does protect us. So I'm just glad you made it through, man. Glad you're still with us. You're in control, and that you're not letting it keep you down, and you're looking at the positives in life. So, hey, it's all good, bro. I know how it can be. So we don't think you're nuts over here. Remember, this is real talk, real people. So that's what it is, and that's what it'll be. I just appreciate you sharing with us. That was real cool. And I think I am gonna shut it down for tonight. Got to work in the morning, but I'm glad everyone came to enjoy this live stream. I guess a historic day today, but as always, context is everything. This is Real Talk, Real People. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share. And you have a great night, everyone. God bless.